All right, so today we have the Tiles for Trans open. Should be starting here in just a second. I'll go ahead and get rid of this starting soon sticker. I'm gonna be on a 5-minute delay today, so interacting with chat probably gonna be a little hard. We'll see how it goes. I just got the notification to ready up, so I went ahead and did. Imagine should be starting any minute now. I need to look back at the rules. I think this was a, I think this was just play 5 matches, you know, best wins, best overall score wins. Let's see. Oh, new announcement. Looks like it's live. Yeah, games for round 1 are starting. And close out of blue sky. Don't need that open at this point. Okay, let's see. One Pandora. Not really a fantastic start here. At least 4-6 is easy enough to build off of. 5-7-9. It's nice Ryoncon as well. If I can pick up a 7-pin, I'll be pretty happy. Okay, now we'll go ahead and keep that 9. Drop this. There is a 7-8-9 Sanshoku chance. I also want to check these opponents real quick. Let's see. 10% Dama. 4% Dama, so wouldn't expect it too much from you. I'll cut 2-pin here. Yeah, I got plenty to build off of. I want to leave this 9 for the Sanjoku chance. Alright, that's why this keeps lagging, because I have my stream up. I can pause that. I don't need to watch my own stream. Okay, yeah, that was fast. It's not big, but it was a fast hand. Let's see. The rules here are standard ranked rules, but we have aborts off. We have Nagashimangan on, which I guess is just a standard ranked rule anyway. There is no busting, so you can go below 0 here. 2 is Dora. I don't want to drop the 1. And then there is also no extension into West. This hand's pretty solid, though. Para East, Para South, both of them are Yakuhai for me. Nice red 5. Tile right next to the Dora, even though it's a 1, so it's not going to be great, but, you know. There is potential to keep the Dora if I hold on to this. That said, I wasn't paying attention. 3 of the Dora is already out, so it's going to be pretty hard to actually use this now. Cut the 1-so for the 4-so. Because there's just a chance that East don't come out and those end up as my pair, and then I build sequences from all 3 of these. Just cut Hatsu here. This is just going to be a fast hand that just kind of plays itself. Not much thinking involved. I'm going to probably pawn the East and then look for a pair. I'm probably on this 8. unless I pick up a pair on 4 so 5 mon. Got 5 mon first. 7 mon is the Dora. So if I pick up a 7 mon, this 4/6 goes. The 9 is copy though. Because the 9 is out, it wouldn't really have mattered if I had kept the... Yeah, it wouldn't really have much mattered if I kept the 5 or the 8. And the 5 would have had, of course, the red 5 potential. So it was probably better to have kept that. I'll look for the pair on the 4 and 6, just in case I pick up a 5 and then end up waiting on 5 pin. Just realized I never checked this player's Dama rate. The 4 is right next to the 3 that they discarded. I'm going to assume that's going to be a little bit safer. Just a teensy little bit. Well, too late to check that for this turn. I'm not conning that. Not after that con, or not after that Riichi. Let's see. No Dama rate listed. I'm also not sure if those were stats for ranked or for tournaments. I'll check that in just a second. We have 1 8-so out here. We have no 6-so seen. The 2-so is somewhat safer, just in the same way that the 4-so was safer against this early 3. Again, I don't really want to con that. It's not safe though. It's at least half Suji. Should I really be pushing this hand though? Against the dealer, Riichi? Like, I know the 4 is safe over here. So I'm gonna keep pushing that at least. If I pick up a pair, then yeah, sure. Probably worth pushing at that point. But for right at this second, it's probably a good idea to drop this. I'm gonna mute just for a second, roommates are in the room. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Picking up a 7 mon would be fantastic. Could get an easy Tanyao. 2 pin is Dora, so I could look at swapping out this 5. It's probably at least better than this 8. Because, like, this could be a 6, 7, 8, but, like, I don't expect these to be my pair when they're attached to this. I got plenty of groups, so I don't really see this 8 being too useful. Could be, though. Could be. Yeah, we cut that here. Then we'll cut 9 mon next. Could have an easy Riichi Pinfu Tanyao. Would have had a 6, 7, 8, but I still don't think that much matters. Like, I would have been a Tenpai, but I would have also had to have dropped the red 5, and I think that this hand, like, is going to very easily hit Tenpai fast anyway. Yeah, right there. And now I get to keep the Dora, so let's go ahead, drop this. Reach Pinfu Tanya. Wait on 2-so, 5-so. Let's check these one more time and make sure. Okay, so that is for ranked. I do want to check you again, because there was no information here for ranked. What about for... No. I think it was 0% under tournament, but I didn't get a good look. Either way, not much information there. Nice Mangan here. Puts me in first. And again, busting is off. So there is the chance that, hang on, yeah, just drop this. If Valalari gets knocked below 0, that does not end the game. So I can't just like look at that as like a quick end the game button. Let's go ahead and cut the 1 pin. Don't think it's going to be too useful here. I'd rather keep the Yakuhai just for a second. Though, this is looking like it might be a Tanyao instead. And there is also a small chance of a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku, though I have too many groups in that case, so I have to cut probably this 2 and 4 if I were to make the 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku real. Yeah, this is a hand that can easily call tiles just for Tanya if I really want it. I am dealer though, which like... Would I really just want Tanya as dealer? Me earning points would at least be better than my opponent's earning points. Cut this too. There was also a small 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku chance. But of course that's just more isolated than this 8 would be. And the 7 is easier to build off of. Okay, hell yeah, a pair of Dora at least. We're cutting Sanshoku. Get that shit out of here. I had way too many groups anyway. So I'm guaranteed a Yakuhai. If I finish this hand, of course. Yeah, we'll cut the 6, 8. We'll keep the 2, 2, 4. I was looking at cutting the 4, and then it hit me like, why would I do that? Because I can have like... I can call on one of these, use the other as a pair, and then possibly use this as a sequence if I would want. This, I don't need 2 triplets there. I mean, technically that's better. Like, there is the Chitoi chance. If I pick up a 3, 4, 5, or 6 mon, I might cut that. I might cut the 4 pin, in fact. Here, I'm just going to cut the 7. I said in fact as if I was going to cut the 4. I was thinking about it for like a split second, and I was like, no, that's dumb. That's silly. Don't do that. I like the 2, 2, 3, 4 chance. Well, the 2, 2, 4 chance. That can be a 2, 3, 4. More than the 2, 4, 6 Ryokan. I also now have Genbutsu against the Riichi. That is going to be Tenpai waiting on 2 pin or East Wind. Cut the 3-so. It's at least safe against the 4-so, and also, again, this is a big hand. Like, I don't really want to fold here. I also don't have much to fold on anyway. Like, there's the 4, and then there's the Suji 7, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, it would have been very nice to have won the bigger hand, but I'm still in first. The game moves forward. I am perfectly okay with that. 2 Mondora, and I have a nice setup here for it. If I get lucky, this could be an Itsu. I'm just missing a 2, 3, and a 9. We'll see how this hand develops. Yeah, again, the Itsu chance looks like it's pretty solid here. If I just pick up a 2 or 3, then I can go ahead and call tiles. Unfortunately, if I do go for this, it would be pretty likely that the 3-mon ends up as my pair, and I don't get the Dora. But again, I'm in the lead, so like, that would be fine. Yeah, because I have great tiles to build on for so. This can benefit anything. This can benefit from anything 2 through 9. It's another possible sequence there. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that. Actually, I probably should have cut the 3 instead. Left that as the possible pair, just cause more likely have the Dora be of use. It's not horrible though. It's not like less efficient, it's just less value. Yeah, cut 4 pin. Because if I get a 2 or 3 pin, I would like it to work with the 1 pin and guarantee the Itsu, rather than necessarily work with the 4 pin and possibly not guarantee that Itsu. So I have Nakasuji 4 so, I have Genbutsu 7. I don't really like pushing this hand, but I'll trust Nakasuji. Nakasuji is usually very safe. Okay. Interesting. We are Ishanten. I'll drop Genbutsu there, and then I have Suji to drop next turn. Suji to the 6 that just passed. Now, these tiles, I'm not really going to like having to discard 1. That's dangerous if I'm doing it. There's no immediate Roan. That's a good sign. Somebody else is thinking on it, I think. Okay. So I have Ipeco, Dora, 3. Nice 4-Han Mangon on Roan. It would require the last Dora, though, which is not super likely to come out, except from the person who's called Riichi. The 7. It's Suji to the 4 at least. I'll trust it for right this second. If I didn't see that 4, I was planning on just folding. But it's still pretty tight between me and second, so I would like to get the payout for the exhaustive draw if I can. 2 so. Suji to the 5. Oh? Okay. And now the gap between us is even smaller. It's not super, it is a pretty small gap, but I am still in the lead at least. That wasn't enough to pass me, that hand was small. But still, I would like to further my lead. I gotta say, I'm not really a big fan of this hand. 3 pairs, hard to work with. I'm guessing I'll probably like pick up something around this 5 instead and build off of it as a sequence. Have this double pair for West and 9-pin. Let's see, is there any chance of Pinfu happening? Because like I could pick up 3-pin, I could look up some, or I could get something around here. Okay, now I'm gonna say basically no shot of Pinfu. Drop the 8 so. I was like, maybe it's possible if I like get like certain specific tiles around the tiles I'm keeping just to build off of, and then drop my pair of Wests, but if I just pick up another West, then obviously that's not happening. Cut the Tumon. A 3-pin would be fantastic. It would leave me with a nice 3-sided weight in here. Okay, well, that's also fantastic. That's great. I am Ishanten. I need 4 Mon, 5 Mon, 7 Mon, 9 pin, 1 So, or 4 So. Any of those put me into Tenpai. Okay, that's Tenpai. 1 So, 4 So, I'll Riichi that. Actually, I don't even have to Riichi. Holding off just for this turn while I think about it. Because right now all I have would be Shanomi. And a lot of Fu from the 2 closed triplets of terminals and honors, but that's not really much. I'll Riichi. I'm also realizing, hang on. I know it's less exciting to see settings than it is to see what people are dropping, but I'm realizing I have I'm doing my little try-hard mode. How do I see? Here we go. Winning tile hints. And animated sparkle effect on Dora. All right. Yeah, if I can get the pair, or if I can get the triplet of South Winds here, that would be fantastic. Ah, this was Dora! This was Dora! I wasn't paying any attention. There was more stuff going on in the background, so I was focused more on that rather than the tournament. So did not check the Dora indicator and didn't see it shining. So there is a 79 Sanshoku chance. There is a 234 Sanshoku chance. Both are very small because I would just have to cut extra groups. Okay, we're cutting the 8. Yeah, Sanshoku, I'm gonna just say it's basically dead here. I'm gonna cut the 7-pin. I'm not actually sure what the best tile to cut there. I don't actually think the 7-pin was the best one to discard. It was probably like the 9-mon. That would have been more efficient. I don't really hate any of my options for cutting. Actually, yeah, because the 6-mon were also, like, getting close. I would just say that this group would be hard to build off of. And so it'd be the least efficient to keep. So let's go ahead and start cutting this now. I still have plenty of groups. I don't like this flush that's forming over there. I'll drop the 7-mon first. I was a bit worried of it, like, possibly dealing into this, like, seemingly Honitsu. It would be a bit hard, again, with the 6s being mostly out. But it's better to drop the 7-mon early, I felt, rather than dealing with the extra the extra risk later. Yeah, here I'll just cut 2 So. I will need the South to come out. Because otherwise I have no Yaku in this hand. So if we're Mochi Mochi over here, then that's not going to be working too well. I really don't like that 5. That's kind of a terrifying thing to pick up. That's interesting. Three 4s are out, 3 6s are out. I'm trusting it. Okay. That could have been a lot worse. I don't know that I needed to gamble that much. Just for double south. But I did. It worked out, so. Because I also could have absolutely just folded there and not kept pushing the hand. I was just worried that should have been paying more attention to the value of Terry's hand over here, because it could have easily been just like Tanya no Mi, and then I wouldn't have had to worry about it. Depending on what they had. I wasn't paying attention to what they had called, so. Cut the green dragon, because now if I pick up the last 3 mon or 6 mon, then 2 of these are going to be my pair. I am Ishanten. So let's see, 3 mon, 6 mon, 3 so, 6 so. All put me into Tenpai. I don't think that does anything for me. Okay, and now I can cut these. There is a 4-5-6 Sanshoku on the table here. And the odds aren't even, like, too bad. Like, I have 3 of the well, nah, now it's much worse. I should keep my mouth closed. Otherwise, I will curse myself. 3 calls, and you're finally dropping a So tile. Don't really like these. I don't really have... okay, the 1 and 2 mon would probably be safe for you, but, like, that would be it. Obviously can't call on that, because I just wouldn't have a Yaku. I would love to have just naturally drawn it, but calling it will not work. So now I need the last 6 mon, the last 2 so, a 4 so, or a 7 so in order to hit Tenpai. Okay. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna leave the 2 so in my hand. I am a little bit worried about it from the Toyman, from Belalari. So I would like to keep it in my hand in case I can get a pair of it, and then possibly drop one of these instead. But I think no matter what I drop there, it's gonna be a little bit dangerous. Also, while the calls over here are looking like a Honitsu, the discards are not. I don't think they would have cut these honors so early. Oh, that's a terrifying tile. That's a terrifying tile. Well, this is Tsuchi to the 5 that came out. And more importantly, it's long Tsuchi to the 8, which definitely means a lot. Totally. I thought I just dropped this, but I didn't. Yeah, I think anything that I have to drop to get to Tenpai is very scary right now. Cut the 3. I would love to see somebody just drop a 4-pin, 7-pin, or 9-so. If anyone drops any of those, I'll be very, very happy. Because let me tell you, I'm not willing to cut that right now. I'm not dropping the Dora here. If somebody else wins and the game moves forward, I'm fine with it. I know that it would be nice to earn more points as dealer, but I'm not so worried about winning that I'll just deal in the Dora into somebody else's hand right now. It's very scary over here, because this is looking like a Honitsu. The only group they've called on are Sotiles. They haven't discarded any Sotiles except for that 7 last turn. I'd assume that they are in Tenpai or very, very, very close. Drop the 3 here. If a 7-pin comes out, then I could call, drop the 4-pin because it just passed, and then be in Tenpai. I'd also have Sanshoku, funny enough. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can win with a small hand. Move us into all last. Please and thank you. Six Odora. I'm liking all my tiles here, all my number tiles that I can build off of. The 3, 5, 8 aren't amazing, but like they're also not bad. The 3 and 5, obviously, I could just get a 4. But also, I can benefit from anything 1 through 9, technically. And maybe not so much a 9. It would just be my worst group, and it would just get cut. Yeah, I'm actually going to cut this instead of the Hatsu for just this second. Because now that I've said that out loud, I'm convincing myself, like, yeah, actually, Amon, not great here. Normally, I like the 5-8 to build off of, because it can benefit from anything 3 through 9. But when I already have the 3 next to the 5, it's just a bit more redundant. And I have this many groups. So that could be a pair. I'd rather build off of it. Okay. So, if I had kept the 7, I would have been dropping the 5-pin there. And then I could have called on this and been in Tenpai. Dropping either the 5 Mon waiting on the 2 or the 1 Mon waiting on the 4. But this is fine. I'm still Ish on 10. I still got some... I'm still pretty happy with this. And now I'm, yeah, back in Tenpai, waiting on 6-pen. So I have White Dragon, Dora 2, nice 3 Haunt hand. Not that I need value here. It'd be a little bit less suspicious if I dropped the 7, I think. Well, it is right next to the door, though. I don't think that really much matters at all, whether I drop the 4 or the 7 there. There's probably some reason why one might be slightly more efficient than another, but I can't imagine the difference being too huge. I'll just turn on auto win. So let's see. Which of them do I think is more likely to drop the 6-pen? It's probably got to be Shimo-cha, right? Because first off, they're calling tiles, so they're definitely going to be pushing. They're not going to be folding here, I imagine. Not that I think too many of them would be folding and all last. They've also dropped half Tsuchi. And now, I guess the Toyman has two now. Okay. So they do take a win off me, but how big is it? It's not going to be big enough, so I still take first. Does that even... Okay, yeah, that does get them second place. Also, I forgot that they were dealer. So, you know, it might do more than just second place if I deal in again. So 8 so is Dora. Don't want to cut the 9. I'll keep my Yaku high right now. 3 of them can be pretty nice to build off of, and then I can start calling tiles. Do I need to worry about the Dora, though, when I'm in first? I mean, still a little bit, because, like, being able to use the Dora means that I'm not dropping the Dora for others. But that 9-mon, I think, or that 9 so, I think is going to be the next tile to go. Almost for certain. Yeah, even though I just cut the 2, the 9 so goes. I'm saying even though I just cut the 2 because of, like, say that I pick up a 3, technically this is risking for a 10 a little bit, the tiniest bit. But I'm not worried about it much. Of course, I would have drawn a 9 immediately, but that's all right. So 2 tuner out. So that can definitely very easily go. There's a good chance that this ends up as like a Pinfu hand, or even a Tanyao. Like, I could have actually called on that 6, I guess, and looked to build off of this 4. I'm glad I didn't now. Yeah, I'll cut the 2. So it can be painful if I pick up a 4-pin. I think somebody might be wanting the south wind. Okay, hang on. So you wanted that. What are you going for then? Because, like, this doesn't really read too much like a Honitsu. And also because of the early... Hang on, let me pay attention to see if this is... It's safe enough that I'm going to trust it. I think that Shimocha is going for a Toy Toy. Maybe they're going for Chanta. But I don't really see much else. Actually, they could have the South Winds that I was just talking about. Because I think somebody is probably going to be using those. And the fact it hasn't come out yet is a bit suspicious. So I don't want to drop it at this point. Cut 4-pin. This hand could still very easily end up as Pinfu, or alternatively, I can get Ipeko and then find a pair somewhere in here. I have that now. Let's see. 6, 9. All the 9s out. I'm going to go ahead and cut this. Because we had all the 9s out. We had 2 6s out. I don't like the chance of waiting strictly on that 6. I'd rather at least leave the Ipeko open here, or also, like, be able to build off it otherwise. 7-pin is Genbutsu over there. So I could do this. I'm gonna do this. It's at least Genbutsu. I could have guaranteed a Yaku if I dropped a 5 instead. But I didn't want to risk stealing in with that. The 5 is very close to the tile I call Riichi on. 13 tiles left. I'm hoping Ditsumo, or I'm hoping, that's Suji against both of them. And you know what? They've also both dropped, well, the 3 felt safer against the Kamicha, just because of the early 2 discard. The 2 discard from Toyman came out pretty late, so I was pretty much just looking at Suji over there. Okay, declare Tenpai. Everyone's in Tenpai. We go again. East Windora. Okay, great start. Great start. What would be my least favorable group here? It's probably got to be the 7-8. I could look at like, because 9s would be more likely to come out. I was also thinking like maybe if I cut these instead. But this is a tournament. And because I'm going to want a higher score, not just for like getting more ranked points if this were a ranked game, but for like getting higher in the tournament standings, I would like to keep the Dora. I would like the extra value from that. And both of them are Rionmen, so like both of them are still very, very likely to get the tile I need. I think if I draw 6 pin, then I have to consider a little bit more. Because then I have to debate whether I'm dropping the 1 pin or the 7-so, and I think I would drop the 7-so in that situation, at least early on. This hand is efficient enough, I don't need to worry about like going for Chitoy or anything. I'm not going to worry about keeping that pair. Okay, 4, 5, 6. With all these Sotile discards over here. No, I'm still going to go ahead and drop this. I was thinking maybe it would have been better to drop the 7-so as a possibility, but I just felt the chance of the 1 pin coming out were too high. And also this player has a high chance of dropping the 7-so as well if I needed. But there we go. That's Haku Dora. So a nice 2-hon hand to close us out. All right. So that is the first match. Let's take a look here. 8th right now. I'm not sure how many games have been going on. I'd guess 11 games currently have ended. 50 seems like a solid first placement. Who else do we got here? Because I saw Chiaki up there, number 2. Okay, did good in that game. I know Chiaki slightly. And then I follow them on Blue Sky. Moogle I know, that's a rough start. Moogle I know, kind of just in a similar way. Don't actually know personally. Ivaki I'm good friends with. That's unfortunately a very rough start. Alright, well, that was the first game. Let's see. Still 2 games left. Check-ins will start when all games finish. Games will not start earlier than 2 p.m. So we have 15 minutes for that. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab a little bit more water. And then I'll probably spectate while we wait. Oh, actually, hang on. What is this Discord message? I'll check that in a minute. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. Alright, so. Water obtained, bathroom used. Let's check back in on the tournament. So we still got 10 more minutes until the next match starts. Which of these do I want to watch? Do I know anyone here? Sage Mage? Why does that name sound familiar? I'm not sure if Sage Mage actually sounds familiar. So let's see, you have nice North Tudora. Don't think you're gonna easily be able to push this hand though. You are in second, so you would love to. Also, let's show hands. What's everyone else working with? Could easily be a Toy Toy for Toru. If they feel comfortable dropping the 8 cell. Oh. Yeah, I didn't even okay, well that's Roan over here. So Sage Mage did manage to win that round. That was Tenpai for Suonko though. They were trying so hard. I don't know how many of their winning tiles were left. In fact, actually, I'm gonna take a look back at that. So that was where show hands. What tiles were left? It's also just a view from your perspective, not that it much matters. So 4 so, 6 so. There's none left, or there's none like currently on the table, so it looks to them like they're all still here. There is a 4 and 6 over here. There is a 4 over here. So those would be hard for either of these players to discard. The 6, however, there is still 1 6 left somewhere that they could draw. The other one, of course, locked away in this hand, so wasn't too likely for that to come out. I'm sure that if like Sage Mage had picked it up, they probably would have shifted their weight, either dropping the 2 so or the 3 so. Probably 3 so. Because it's at least safer against these other 2, I would imagine. Yeah, solid attempt still. Let's see. Let's check out on the last game. So let's see. 1, 2, 3 Sanchoku is a possibility. Actually, look at the dealer perspective here. It looks like Girl in the Windmill has this very, very easily. They can just fold and be fine as long as Logsman, I don't know how to pronounce that. Logsman? I don't know, whatever. As long as they don't win the hand and continue their dealer seed. Their hand is also looking pretty solid here. 2, 5, 8 to build off of pretty easily. They have this nice 7, 8, and 9. This 8 so this 8 Mon doesn't do much for them. I don't know why I've been calling So Mon and Mon So lately. I feel like I keep fucking that up for some reason. I don't know why that suddenly started. Whatever. Their hand is looking very nice to build off of at least, even though they'll still need a little bit more work. Down here for Logsman, or however you pronounce that, 8 Mom would put them in Tenpai. They could also find other stuff around here and end up dropping these. It's a pretty solid hand. Pretty solid just for like efficiency, not so much for value. Okay, well, if you can reach it yourself, that's at least something. They'd be waiting on the 8 Mon. But that is Riichi Chundora. Okay, well, it's just Chundora. And they also choose not even to take the Tenpai, because they discard the 7 there. They're looking more to build off of this, it seems. Let's see. Marty Z's. Or Marty Zes. Again, I'm not sure quite how to pronounce. Double south. That's not going to do you good. This group's great. 4, 5, 6, fantastic. Yeah, your Ishan 10. If you can get a 2 or 5 pin or a 5 or 8 so. Or if you could pick up a 2-mon or a 4 pin even. They're pretty happy. I'm sure that like they're probably just going to be settling for second. Because I don't see them overtaking first in this position here. Wolfborg's hand. This... Huh. I think that they are leaning themselves into... Yeah. They're trying to lean themselves into a Chinitsu. Which, depending on who it hits, if they sumo it or if they hit Marty directly, then that would be enough to overtake second. It wouldn't be enough to take first. But that would still be a solid Mongon. So of course we have the Riichi here. Waiting on the 1 and the 4. Chun, 2 Dora, Riichi, 4 Han Han. I feel like we're probably just gonna see another dealer repeat here. Because nobody else is in Tenpai yet. Girl in the Windmill, probably just gonna look at folding at this point, I would imagine. Although how close are you to Tenpai? You are Ishan 10. It's not a great Ishan 10. Yeah, that is a winning tile, and it comes out. So we do see the dealer seat continue. And I should be paying more attention to the tournament server, because they could announce the second game in a minute and a half. Because I don't know if this game has ended yet. I gotta message someone real quick. All right. What do we got in this hand? We have Green Dragon, Dora. It's okay, Green Dragon, Dora too. This could be Toy Toy. There is a chance that Lugsman can take this back if they can get Toy Toy, Hatsu, Dora 2, or Dora 3. Not that they even need that much, because the difference is 4,400. Yeah. Just want to make sure I was doing my math right. Dora 3, okay. We're probably seeing the Toy Toy. Let's see, what's everyone else got here? Marty here can go for a Sanshoku. Their groups aren't completely there yet. This one's a little awkward. This 2 and 4 is awkward. Yeah, no Sanshoku. Makes sense. But they do have, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 4, 5, 6, and a spare 3. I guess technically there could be a world in which this can turn into Tanyao if they pick up like a pair on the 3 so, 6 so, and then a 4-mon as well, because then I think that the 1 pin would likely be going there, and so would the 1-mon. But here we're just seeing, I don't know that we're seeing the Riichi. Okay, we are seeing the Riichi. So we have Riichi, Sananko, not Toy Toy, Hatsu, Dora 3. This is easily going to give them first place if they win the hand. So let's see, they are waiting on the 5 and 8 pin. Now they would have actually had enough value if they wanted to have dropped the 8 pin. Well, yeah, because, I do wonder why they kept the 5-8 weight rather than going for the 1... Hang on. Yeah, rather than going for the 1-2 weight. 1-2-4 weight, actually. Oh, never mind. That's why. It's because this gives Sananko, of course. I think if they were worried about value, though, they could have also looked at keeping this closed and tried maybe to go for Suanko. If they picked up a 6-mon or 6-pin or 7-pin. Oh, looks like chicken is starting. Okay, that's gonna be game for them. So I'm gonna back out. And ready up. Check-ins close 10 minutes after the hour, which, of course, with the 5-minute delay, you'll be seeing this at 2:07. It is currently 2:02 for me. So 8 minutes for that. I'm pretty sure that the actual next game starts after the check-in closes. Like, I could probably keep watching, whether I wanted to look at the logs. Actually, I probably should have looked at the logs. Checked in on how my friends did, rather than just been, you know, watching the games of people that I don't frankly know. That last game did end kind of incredibly, though. That was a solid comeback for, was that... what player was that I was watching? Logs, I think? I think that was Logs. Or however you pronounce it. But yeah, I don't really want to unready just in case they go ahead and start the games before the check-ins close, because I'm pretty sure the check-ins are just for, like, these are the players who are allowed to ready up in the next round, rather than we are ending your ability to ready up after this point. But I don't really want to risk it, so I'm not going to watch logs just this second. But after the next game, assuming that, like, well, after the next game, I'll know, like, how this is being run, so I'll look at logs probably next time that I get the chance to check in. If I look at these other pages, does it unready me? It does not. Okay. So I can at least look at those. You actually took first there with that solid hand. Yeah, that was, again, just surprising considering, like, that was a come from behind victory. For them to not just come back, but, like, come back to that extent. I wonder if they hit Ura. some rough placements here from the people I know, but again, I've already known that from looking at the rank earlier. That's rough, Ivaki. I believe in you for the next round. You're gonna knock him dead. Lapidus I've seen around in a couple servers as well, so checking in on them. On her? I think she, her pronouns. I think. All right, 2.5 more minutes. Oh, wait. Well, there was a new announcement, and it was just deleted, so I didn't really get to see what it was. Well, I mean, if they deleted it, probably not important. But yeah, so because I've been waiting this long, I am assuming for sure that or almost for certain now that yeah, it's check in and then that's the list of people who can ready up for the next round. I also wonder, because I see Antioch in the server and I see them playing. That's somebody else that I know. But I don't know what the name is on Riichi City. Maybe it's just Antioch and I missed it. But no, doesn't seem like it. I don't know what the Riichi City name is there. Oh. 45 more seconds for check-in. And then we get to finally get in the next game. Yeah, after the next round, I will definitely be taking this time to look back at logs. At least give me something to talk over. This should end any second now. Oh. Don't mind my phone going off. I should turn that down to vibrate. Okay. Check-ins still haven't closed, apparently. Oh, there we go. Now they have. Okay, so any second I should be asked to ready up. Let's see. Should be able to see who's in my game here. I'm not seeing my name in the list, though. Huh? Huh? Oh, there I am. Very, very last one listed. Okay, so playing against Rax, Amber Embers, Mixmaster PJ. No names I recognize. Well, Rax I noticed just from looking at the rank and logs. Waiting on 5 more of them to ready up, and then we can finally start. Waiting on 6 more of them now to ready up. 4 more. Come on. Come on, any second now. Any second now. I believe in you for to ready up. Two more. Okay, here we go. Games are starting. I don't like how suddenly the sunlight started like reflecting off of the windowsill right into my eye. Ugh. Close that curtain a little bit more. It's a pair of Norths, and I do have a tile right next to the Dora. It's not bad. I'm not going to call that just yet. Because I feel like, okay, now I'll call it. I just feel like this hand is like... I was hoping to try to find a little bit more value than just 2 Han. But I do think that 2 Han is about all that this hand is going to get here. If I'm lucky. If I even find the Dora next to the 3. If I don't, it's just a 1 Han hand. It's just North Nomi. I do want to check these players' Dama rates. 0% Dama. Okay. Check Amber in a second. I'm not calling that because, again, I would really like to get the Dora there if I can. Ah! 1% Dama for ranked. How many ranked games have you played? It would have been enough. Okay. Really don't like that. Okay. That's going to be a little bit better. There is a toy possibility here. I'm going to cut the 3. Let's check Mixmaster. 3% Dama rate. These are not Dama appreciators, because you're the highest with 3.5%. You have a little bit higher in tournaments, but that's still less than 5%. I actually don't know what my Dama rate is on Riichi City. It might not be much higher. Because of the Toy Toy possibility, I don't know if I take that. I probably should have. Finish out this Kanchan. Don't have to wait on another 7-pin specifically. Probably would have been good to take that. However, also, God, whenever I was complaining about the like light shining off the windowsill hitting me directly in the eye, I still feel blinded from that. It's not worth calling that. Because then I'd just be pushing a one-han hand. I wouldn't really like that. This could, again, be Toy Toy if I really want to push some extra value. But yeah, no, I think this is just going to be a fold. 6-pin's going to go next. It's at least Genbutsu across for me. East looks fine. 2 of them are... excuse me. 2 of them are out. Yeah, cut this. Oh, you were waiting on it. The 757 made me think that you might not be. Not a great start. Not a great start at all. Could have been worse. I wonder if I had a safer tile there. Let's see. There's a 79 Sanshoku chance. 6 mana is the Dora. Let's go ahead and cut this 1 so. Cut 1 Mon. Okay, I did pick up Dora. So if I call for the Sanshoku, it is only 2 Han. It'd be Sanshoku Dora. Would I feel alright with that? Alternatively, there is this chance that like I could get a pair somewhere in here and I could pick up like a 5 or 8 so. This could end up as like a Pinfu. Maybe. I just don't think that's really worth keeping over my Sanshoku chance. Okay. I think we're just doing Sanshoku. I think that's it. I think it's just going to be Sanshoku Dora. Hopefully Riichi as well. Get a little extra value there. Ipeko wouldn't give me any more value than the Dora would. And also there is a chance that this hand opens up. Oh, but there's also the Chi-Toy possibility. I'm not sure if that was a good idea or not. I don't know. Okay. Wait on an 8-pin. I felt rust from the timer. I wonder if that was the right call. I feel like... damn it. I was going to say that maybe it would have been better if I waited a turn, but... I wasn't going to get a next turn. I did end up just paying out them an extra 1,000 points, but so it goes. That just happens sometimes. That's not the part of the Riichi decision that I was unsure of. There is a 678 or 79 Sanshoku available again. This hand also looks like it's going to be Pinfu. This definitely looks like a better one. God damn it. That's miserable. Cut the white dragon. If I were to draw a 6-mon, that would be Tenpai if I wanted to drop this, but I think I might cut these instead. I want to keep pushing here. Like, I don't have much idea of what's safe and what's not. Five, 6, 7, 8 if I want to go that route. I'm going to do this. Maximize the amount of groups that I have to build off of to get Pinfu. Don't worry about taking the bad Riichi, because like that's just like Riichi no Mi. There's nothing else there if I were to take that. Whereas this is now Riichi Pinfu. It's not much better because it's just Riichi Pinfu. I don't have anything else added with it. But it is still double the value of just Riichi no Mi. Also gives me this nice Ryeonman weight rather than a Shanpon. I guess I would have won on the Shanpon here, assuming they still would have dropped it. Which I don't see why they... Well, they definitely would have, because they had called Riichi. Unless like a cheer pwn happened if I dropped this 7. Also, I guess technically I did draw all the tiles I would have needed for a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. I don't remember if this 5 came out after my Riichi call. If it did, like, technically, yeah, I could have had that if I just didn't call Riichi. But I'm fine with this. It's not ideal to get just 2 Han. But I did win something. Cut south. 8-mon is Dora. I got good tiles to build off of here, here, and here. If I can pick up a 3-mon, I'd be very happy. I think 2-mon get cut here. Two other pairs, I'm going to cut this 6. I don't think that 6 gives much extra efficiency at all whenever I'm, whenever I've got the extra pairs. I could have also maybe looked at cutting my 9s and going Tanyao, but I think it's just too early to have gone that way. Maybe cutting this one, but it's also right next to Dora. I think here it's got to go though. Because I've got too much efficiency elsewhere, I'm not going to cut the efficiency. Still cut that. I should be paying more attention to when this player cuts Tsumogiri, because I'm not really checking that right now. I know none of these players seem to be Dama enjoyers, but with an open hand, that means that does give me something else to look for rather than just a Riichi. It means that, like, it gives me another player that I have to focus on instead of, like, just choosing to ignore focusing on Tsumogiri entirely for until a Riichi is called. Or not even just until a Riichi is called. Instead of just ignoring Tsumogiri entirely, I guess is just where I could have left that sentence. Yeah, I think that Rax here is just going for Tanya Nomi. I would really rather not deal into it just because I would... Ooh, hang on. Go ahead, cut this. Again, I have 2 pairs here. I'm gonna hold on to the Dora. Again, it would have been nice if I kept the 9 for this, but... I don't know if it was great to have cut that right then. But I just didn't know what else to cut at that point. The tunes are already called. No Easter discarded, huh? I don't like this. I think that this is a hand that I'm not winning, which is unfortunate when I'm dealer. Another 6. That could have been a full triple to them. But yeah, I think this is just Tanya Nomi over here. This is looking like it might be Honitsu, because this is their first pin tile drop. Pair of honors. That's great. Cut the other 9 pin. We can make this Tanyao if I feel comfortable dropping the East Wind. I'll at least call tiles and drop, or at least drop that, and then... Yeah, I'll call tiles if I get the chance, though. I am Rian Shanten right now. Okay. Well, now I'm East Shanten. I really hope somebody else discards the East. Alternatively, I gamble. Oh, but then they would get the Hote too. Fuck it. I'm risking it, and it worked. I retain the dealer seat. I honestly feel pretty bad about that gamble. It doesn't feel great. I feel like I should have been punished there. I feel like it was a pretty... Yeah, it wasn't like a horrible decision maybe, but it's like not one that I feel great about. I definitely got lucky by it passing. I'm not seeing much that this hand can easily be. I also don't like this. I'm assuming Honitsu over there. Or Chanta. Huh. Cut the 2. The 2... Like, it could have been a 2-3-4, and then that would have turned this into a Ryoncon, rather than a Kanchan. But I think that's still not much efficiency. I think even the standalone 3-pin is better, and I also kind of wanted to keep these just for the chance of, like, Chitoi, because I don't really like the rest of this hand so much. So Chitoi is just one possibility of a way that this hand could move forward. And it might be easier than finding the 8 here and the 3 here. Okay. We cut 3-pin. Is there a world in which this becomes Tanyao? I mean, that's like the way that it would, and then find something else over here, yeah. If I were to pick up like another 5-mon or something, then I think Souths would go. 6, 8. I'm gonna trust this. Because I really don't like the Chitoy chance. I really don't like the Chitoy chance here. And if I want this hand to be able to win, I'm going to need to call tiles with it. I'm going to need to make it faster. I did pick up a 5-mon there. That's fantastic. If I could pick up a 7-pin or a 6-pin, I'll be very happy. This hand would be back on track to being very solid. 7-mon is now Dora. Okay. This hand, again, is now looking very solid. I didn't pick up the 7-pin, but, like, the 5... Oh! Damn it. I also might have dropped that at some point. Maybe. Probably not, because I had the double pair here of the 2 and 6. I think the 6-pin definitely would have been going. 6 Mondora. I have 2 non-Yakuhai wins. That's unfortunate. This is looking like a Honitsu. Yeah, I think that's what this is. Because, like, group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4, and then I just need to find a pair, which I could just get here. Or there now. 9-so should have been cut there instead of 5-pin. In case the 5-pin would have turned into a Ryeonman shape. I just went on autopilot, cut without thinking there. But yeah, we'll take this. We'll go for the Bakahon. There is a chance this also turns into a Chanta. A 1, 2, 3, a 7, 8, 9. You know, get these triplets, pair in here. That's a possibility. They're also 2 tune out, so I don't like my chances of getting the last one. I'd still rather it than this 5-so, for now at least. Maybe just entirely, because, like, I already have an open hand without Yakuhai, so I need to force something. I think it's gotta be Honitsu, even if I can turn this into a Ryeonman. Even if I pick up, like, a 6-so. White Dragon is out, but I will hold on to it for safety at least. Let's call that. You know what? We'll go ahead and drop the safety immediately. Red Dragon is basically just as safe anyway. Like, it's definitely... I say basically. Technically, Amber over here could end up with a Tonki weight on the Red Dragon. Okay, I like my chances of this Northwind a little bit more. In fact, technically, there is a small, tiny, little baby chance of... Hang on, first I gotta think here. Yeah, I'm still cutting this. There's a small, tiny, little baby chance of Sho... I almost said Sho Songen. Sho Shushi. Call it 7, 8, 9. I'm cutting a 2. I want to try to get a little bit extra value if I can. I'm gonna hope for the 3. Alternatively, I leave the small, tiny, itty-bitty chance alive. Y'all, I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna gamble. Surely I wouldn't be waiting on North. Surely I wouldn't be doing that. And if Mixmaster here picks one up, oh, you know they're dropping it. No! There was no way that either of these other 2 players were going to be dealing into that, but I had to try. Oh... The attempt. I was really hoping that Mixmaster would have dealt in. Alright, East is not Yakuhai for me. West is going to be the Dora, so I'm going to want to hold on to that if I pick one up. South, of course, is one cut because it's the Dora indicator. No, I'm going to cut the Tuso here just for a second because, again, this looks like it might be Honitsu. I don't have great groups for my other number suits. Yeah, I'm going to call that. I'm going to drop a 7. We're doing it. We're pushing the Bakahon. I guess it's not Bakahon because I have White Dragon as well, and also Dora. So never mind. This is a 4-Han hand. This is actually pretty solid. I would have had a full 6, 7, 8 had I not gone for the Honitsu. So that's a little unfortunate. I think I'm pushing Honitsu too hard. I don't think I should have dropped this 7. I think I've just, like, gotten too excited after the Shoshushi attempt. Do I back off, go for 2 Han? They're 2 South, I'll at least cut that first. There's no Chun, and then there's 1 Hatsu discarded already. Okay. At this point, I'm willing to cut this, I think. Because now we just need a pair here, here, here in order to get the Honitsu. I can call triplet here, here, get a sequence here. I'm being very obvious with it, though, is the unfortunate part. But I will call pawn on that, thank you. That was the tile that I was thinking was the least likely to come out, so I'm glad to get it. If I can pick up a red dragon... Well, hang on. Actually, if I pick up a pair at all, then there would be a small chance of turning this into Toy Toy. How's the north looking? 1 north out. Cut 9 pin. I'll call that. I'll get rid of the Toy Toy chance. Okay. Unfortunate. Tanyo Nomiya's dealer. It's fine. It wasn't big. I'm glad that if I got hit, then at least didn't do much, and that, like, the game didn't move forward with me being far and last. I think I can just drop these here. This is looking like it could possibly end up as Pinfu. I guess I don't need to worry about this as like a pair possibility. Yeah, especially now, because like I also had these. The 5 pin would just be more likely to end up as my pair. Probably would have been worth just keeping the Yakuhai around just for a second, rather than the 1-so and the East Wind. Okay, I do pick up the 7. I'm going to cut the Yakuhai here, and I'm going to keep the safe for East for a second. I think the longer I can hold on to a safe tile, the better. But that's, of course, determined by efficiency. Because, like, if I have to make a hard... If I have to, like, make a hard decision, This makes it an easy decision. Still trying to calm down a little bit from the Shojuji attempt. We'll cut Ton here. We'll cut the safety. That's what it's here for. Cut the North Wind. We do have 4 pairs. If I draw one more, I might cut this in 9 because it's Genbutsu. Well, okay, hang on. What else am I cutting then? Hapsuji. Do I cut the 8 pin? I can cut the 8 pin. Like, I could have cut half Suji with the 6 or the 5, but like, I don't really like that. Got the 6 here. So I have Chitoi Nomi. It's not ideal. I'd really like extra value here. I'm gonna wait on the 4. I just didn't trust dropping the 4. I trusted the 5 slightly more. If I was going to be afraid to cut this anyway, then I might as well Riichi it. Or Riichi waiting on it. So, Riichi Chitoi, I do get the win. See if I get some extra Ura from that con. Not from the con, but I do get extra Ura. I'm happy to get a manga on there. That at least puts me up in 3rd. And closes the gap a little bit between me and 2nd. If I can get something else like that off the 1st place player, then we can take this back. South 2, we still have time to do something like that. Kind of like the Pinfu chance here a little bit more. So I'm cutting Hatsu. Cut this 9. There is a Tanya chance here. I don't want to go Tanya Nomi. I would want more value than that. At best, I could see this being like Tanya, Pinfu, Ipeko. I'd probably Riichi on top of that. One pin gets cut. Again, I'm not calling. Also, no reason to cut on that one. Probably worth cutting this 2 over this 9. Just in case, like, if I pick up an 8, I would be fine getting rid of Tanyao just for the extra efficiency. Unfortunate though. Unfortunate to draw that right after cutting the 2. Cutting the 9 would have let me have that as a nice Ryeonman, but that's perfectly fine as well. As long as I can win the hand, whatever I drop is fine. Now, I will still need a pair at some point. So I can hope that I can draw the other 2 Mon. Okay, drop Genbutsu here. These 4s could also just end up as my pair if I feel comfortable dropping this against the Riichi, which I won't until somebody discards it. Definitely not pawning. Okay, I do get a pair there. Do I drop Genbutsu or do I drop the 7? I'm dropping Genbutsu. Okay, so they had Tonki wait on the east. They're just trying to move the game forward. Again, that at least closes the gap between me and second. But I would really, really, really like to hit first. This is a tournament. Like, I need a good score. Haku is Dora. There is a chance that this could also become Honitsu. I'm getting a lot of these hands today. Cut the 3 so. I've already cut the 1. And because this still looks like it might be Honitsu, I think that's fine. Even a Honitsu no Mei at least gives me second. It unfortunately moves the game forward while giving me second. And it doesn't... the gap between me and third would be very, very close still. But, like, that's fine. It's at least acceptable. I'd really love the 7 mon. I'd really love for you to drop the 7 mon. I'm gonna accept the 6. I'll drop this. I'll be obvious about the Honitsu, that's fine. I do know that there's 2 of the Hatsu out, and now 2 of the Non out as well. But I can get one of these 3 as a pair. I'm already opening my hand. I'm forcing the Honitsu, so... technically, I could also... I guess I could have kept that. I could technically have kept that 6. And instead of forcing Honitsu, I could have forced Itsu instead. The pure straight, 1 through 9. Because I have a 4, 5, 6. I could have called 1, 2, 3, and I could have called 7, 8, 9. Like, I could have kept that 6 and dropped this 4, or either of these, but... I just don't think that's great. We're forcing the obvious Honitsu. I think it's fine. I think it's acceptable. Still 2 souths out, still 2 greens out, still 1 east out. No extras have been dropped for a while. Okay, there's an east. We are Rian Shanten. I'll take the 2, 3, 4 here. I'll cut south. I'll leave the extra efficiency in case another 2-mon comes out. Because I was thinking just cutting this. But I do think that the extra efficiency was good. Now, unfortunately, the 2 came out over here. And there's only 1 left. So now I don't think that efficiency is great. I don't really trust that 7 over here long term. So I wanted to go ahead and drop it now. This is looking like it could... Well, no. Probably not Honitsu over here. They're probably just dropping a lot of So tiles, but I'm not seeing a lot of Mon or Pin. Seeing a lot of early honors discarded. That doesn't really look like Honitsu. Don't like this. This tile kind of sucks. It's half Suji, it's close to the 3 that you've dropped, though that's second row, so it's not really saying a ton. But I'd really like to be able to win this hand. That might be too much for me. I think I've got to cut easts. I don't really want to cut this and deal right in, because I think it very easily might. The 6 pin is Nakasuji over here. They've cut the 3, they've cut the 9. Technically, there is still a way this hand wins. Because there is still the Itsu chance. I could get a 2 in here, drop the 1. I could get a 7 here, drop the 6. I'm just going to drop the 6 here instead. I think that, like, it's a pipe dream, that it's not happening. What I'm really hoping for is that the Toyman hits Shimocha, that Amber hits Rex. Do I have anything safer? I mean, it's Tsuji against their 5. I guess they did drop 8 earlier. I was only looking at this 5. For whatever reason, I didn't see the 8 here. So I could have cut that last turn instead. Okay. The fight for second is incredibly close. I do need to win this hand. But this game is not necessarily lost. I'm the final dealer. Let's see, point difference here, 18-9. So if I can hit them for a Han, or sorry, if I can hit them for a Mangan, if I can hit them for 4 Han, that would be enough to bring me back here. I do want to think here. I'm gonna cut this 9. I really don't like this 6, 8, 8, 9 shape. Like, technically, I could just draw 2 of the 7, so, but, don't really see that happening. Two of the Haku are already out, and that's the Dora. Drop Hatsu instead. There is a chance that this ends up as a Chi toy, in which case I would like to keep the Dora. Yeah, this could definitely end up as a Chi toy. I'll cut east. Not calling. Maybe I could have. Maybe I could have called. Maybe I could have forced Toy instead. I don't see this hand being anything except Chi or Toy. Not with these tiles. Unless I was willing to, like, cut either the Dora or the 1 pin there to keep that, which I just wasn't. We're calling. We're forcing Toy. I don't really like this. We were Rian Shanten with Chitoy. We are now San Shanten. Okay, well now we're back to Rian Shanten with Toy. There is technically a Tanya chance here too if I pick up a 7 pin. But I don't really like Tanya Toy. Now, how would I feel if I get the chance to call on these? Well, okay, no, because if I didn't already have 4 groups, if I only had 3 pairs in my hand, then I was thinking about, like, if I had the chance to call on all of them, would I feel great waiting on the white dragon? But, like, that's not really going to ever be a possibility here. Unless I just avoid Tempai. Like, if I call on one of these and then drop another pair, which wouldn't happen. Here, I just want to extend my dealer seat, and I want to be able to pass second place. Question is, do I think Toyman would be going for the Tonki weight on the Dora? And I'm assuming probably not, but could happen. Technically, they didn't, so we're good. I feel like I've been losing my focus a little bit in this game. So after this, I want to take some time to just, like, rest up a little bit before the next match. 6-pin too, so it's not a great weight. Okay, you can deal into it now. I'm conning. There's a Rinshan chance. I didn't get it, nor did I get Dora. But, like, I'm already in last place. So the only thing I can really do is just try to win, try to get extra value. I'm not worried at all about dealing into others. Okay, there we go. So that's second place at least. Currently. Of course, you know, I could deal in or somebody else could just get a big win. But I retain the dealer seat. I'm just taking a second just to clear my head. Picking up a 7-mon would be fantastic, of course. Picking up a 3-mon now would also be similarly fantastic. I don't need my Yakuhai here. I have a lot of great groups. That was going to be the first group to cut, so I'm glad to get a pair there, and now I can keep everything else. It's a nice sequence setup. Again, if I could pick up a 3-mon, then I have Pinfu set up. Okay, well now I'm cutting east for efficiency, because now I could pick up a 7 and drop this, or 3 and drop this. Gives me extra leniency for whichever group I end up. It gives me extra leniency. It gives me extra efficiency to be able to possibly use either group rather than strictly one of them. Okay. I like my efficiency and my mon tiles, and I have too many groups. I'm cutting the 5. I don't need to build off. I don't need to build off it. I don't need any more groups. If I really wanted to build off something, it would be this 4. Okay. We're gonna cut this. There is still a chance that this could end up as a Tanyao as well, if I pick up a 5-mon. Because then these 9s are going. On a 3, I'm just taking the Tenpai. I'm just going Riichi Pinfu Dora. On a 5, these go. Okay. Riichi Pinfu Dora. Oh! No! Is that... Okay, I still take second, and you're still in last. Huh. Confusing end to that one. Getting my login bonuses now. Oh, alright, let's see. First off, what games are still going? I see Nano playing up here. Not any other names that I really recognize. Check the first, yeah, check the log first. How'd everyone do there? Looks like Nano ended up winning that game. He's a very strong player, so understandable. Chiaki had a great start. You were in, what, 3rd, I think, after the first round? So, that's a tough hit there. Oh, no! Avaki with another last place. That's unfortunate to see. Labadus, taking 3rd. That's at least better than the fourth from the last one. Oh, Logsman after the like big upset in the first game. I think that's pretty much everyone I know that's playing here. So yeah, okay. All right. We're actually, I don't know that we're gonna have too long to wait for the next round. But the check-in has not started yet. I'm gonna take this time. I'm gonna rest up a little bit. I'm gonna go feed my cat, grab some water. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then we'll do round 3.
者には気をつけろよ。意味のない行為を好むのだな。敵の動きを見落とすの。ごめん、守るべき価値もない。
ありがとう。ポン、敵の動きを見落とすな。血の匂いがしてきたな。 ロンハッチュン。
Okay, I'm back. So, had a nice little lunch in the meantime. Roommate got me Panera, so thank you, roommate. God bless. Did that, fed the cat, used the bathroom. I am pretty well prepared for round 3. Let's see. Let's see. Whose games do I want to watch in the meantime? Check-ins close in about 6 minutes, and then I'll be asked to ready up. So we got a little bit of time to check some of these. I feel bad checking friends who came in last, so I'm not gonna do that. I know that like if I were in their place, I'd probably be like, no, don't watch. Nano, I believe, is probably a rather than a player, a substitute. There probably weren't enough people for this match, so I'm gonna hold off on watching that one. Let's check out the 3rd place. Let's watch Lapidus. I at least like vaguely know you slightly. How did these go? So lost a little here. Gained a little bit there from the exhaustive draw. Nice sumo. Let's see this hand. Skip to where it's probably starting to develop. Okay. Pick up the 1 pin. That would be Tempai, so it would be... It's just reach Dora, but like, that's fine. From this position, that's fine. Anything with Riichi is great, because obviously you get the Uridora chance. In fact, I kind of wonder... it probably had to have gotten Uridora here in order to get that value. How did this play out? Second Riichi over there. That's going to be some extra points. They have a nice... I guess it's not really Pinfu because they have a Champon weight over there. I was looking at everything else. I was like, oh, this is Pinfu before I noticed over that. Oh, didn't mean to... I didn't realize that right click would back it up. That's good to know. Oh yeah, because 7 Pandora. Okay, yeah. And I guess there were plenty of points on the table. How many points were there on the table? Yeah, okay. Okay, there were way more than I thought. Well, I guess it would have been 1,300 plus then the 2 point stakes from the Riichis in this round. No other wins there. Unfortunate. It just happens sometimes. Let's see how it went in the last round, though. Still got a couple minutes until the next time that I got to ready up. Oh. There we go. This could definitely become Pinfu. And obviously, again, we know it's not going to be, but it's definitely developing like it could be. Pick up a 7 pin, find something to build around either. Actually, you wouldn't even need something to build around here. You got plenty of groups. The early Riichi is terrifying, though. You know, you can't really hold back from that because, like, that's just accepting 3rd place, which for a tournament, not really ideal. I guess they did need a pair, so it's not too bad to cut that 6 over these. I was a bit questionable on it for just a second, but no, it actually seems completely fine. Especially since, like, this was a very early Riichi, so tiles next to it I think would be safer than if it were a much later one. Damn. Hit with a 1 Han, but that's still not enough to drag them down into 4th. It's only enough to guarantee Manami's 2nd place, so yeah, fair enough. Seems solid. Looks like check-ins are about to close. I wish I could check more of these in the amount of time I have, but I don't think I have much time. So, I'm not gonna fuck with it. I'm readying up. Well, if something went wrong. Okay. There we go. Just gotta back out and then come back in. Alright, so any second, the check-ins are going to close. Then we're going to get the new list. Oh, here we go. Looks like I'm playing against Zalex, Shanana, and Eric for... I feel like I might have played Shanana once in a tournament before. Maybe? Maybe? The name sounds a little bit familiar. It might also just be because it is a name very similar to a friend that I used to have. But I don't know, I feel like I've heard Shanana before. Maybe. Alright, game should be starting up here in just a second. Starting to get a little too hot in here for my cardigan. Take this off. I feel like I'm gonna be regretting that in about 5 minutes because then I'm gonna be too cold, but so it goes. There we go, games are starting. Should be put into mine in just a second. All right. Okay. Pretty solid hand. It was a pretty fast hand anyway. I don't know that it's like gonna be very expensive unless I can manage to keep this closed. If I could pick up a 4-pin here, I'll be very happy. I could pick up a 6 so and then drop this 9. It would just give me an extra Dora. Well, I wouldn't have to drop the 9. I'd just be waiting strictly on the 7. I wouldn't drop the 9 immediately, at the very least. Eventually, maybe. I don't know. I don't know that I would. We also have 4 pairs. There is a Chi-Toy chance. I'm gonna hold off on calling that for a second. One probably should have been dropped before this 9, but that's okay. It's a very small efficiency change. I'm gonna cut this 8. Because this hand is looking like it really doesn't have to be Chitoi. So I'd really like it not to be Chitoi. I'd like the chance of just like building around this more and maybe... I was considering maybe going for Pinfu and cutting the white dragons. One is already cut. But I really don't think I like that. I think I'd be perfectly fine if I get a Pinfu shape, but these white dragons is my pair, and then it ends up not being Pinfu. I'd be okay with that. And obviously, right now, this isn't really looking necessarily like Pinfu, because if I pick up this 4-pin, then I'm just... Okay, well now it could be. Now if I pick up the 4-pin, then it would be that fake Pinfu shape, just because, again, pair would be white dragon, which you can't have in Pinfu. Yeah, with the 2 middleweights I had, that wasn't really a Pinfu shape. I'm looking, this 3-pin is probably going to be going, and I'll hope for the last white dragon. Or a red 5. I was thinking for just a second, maybe keeping that east for some efficiency, or not efficiency, for some, if I can talk, for some safety. But I would be cutting too much efficiency for that. I'm gonna cut this 9. There is still a world where this can even be Tanyao. Which feels ridiculous here, but like, say I pick up a 2-pin, right? At that point, I would probably just drop my white dragons. I wouldn't want to wait on the last one. I'd gamble on the chance of like finding something around the other 2 groups. Okay, pick that up. So, we have the 5/8 weight. It is just Riichi Dora 2. I say just, but like that's perfectly fine. That's acceptable. That's like... 3 Han is decent. This player is pushing, so if they end up drawing an 8, or a 5 of course, but especially the 8, they would definitely be willing to drop that for me. Well, they would most likely be willing to drop that for me. Unfortunately, I give this player Riichi Ipatsu, so that's gonna suck. Yeah, Riichi Ipatsu Door 2, that's rough. That's a very rough start. That's from dealer 2. So it goes. That's Mahjong. Take a swig of my water. And don't worry about what just happened. We have a pretty decent hand here. Again, there is a world where it can be Tanya if I pick up a 6-mon in here. I wouldn't really expect that. I don't really need Yakuhai here. I'll leave this 4/7 as a great thing to build off of, because anything 2 through 9 can work with it. Question is, what am I dropping next? I feel like it does have to be the 4/7. This group is too efficient to drop the 5 in, but like, I also don't want to drop the 2 because that's Dora. What would really be best is if I pick up another Dora here. And I could drop the 1-so, I could drop the 5-pin, I could drop the 8-pin. I guess it wouldn't be worth dropping the 1-so yet, or the 5-pin. Actually, what would I drop then? Maybe the 1-so would be fine, actually. Yeah, I just got 5 pin here. 8 pin's likely going. We're probably making this Pinfu. Oh, it would help if I actually like click the right spot. I really don't like that. Really don't like that, Riichi, because I don't have much information to go on. Was also thinking cutting the 1s, but it wouldn't really be much safer, especially not when this player's threatening possibly a Honroto. There's another 2. Cut this. Don't you dare. Okay, that's fine. You can call pawn. God, I really am not liking the tiles that I'm drawing. Should I even be pushing them? Well, the Chupin just passed. I should also be checking these players' stats real quick. So let's see. 3% Dama rate. 5th Dan. Check Eric in a minute. East is 2 cut. 0% Dama. There's no reason to pawn that because then I wouldn't have a Yaku. Unless I wanted to just force Tanyao. Which I could do. I'm gonna cut this for a little bit extra safety. I could maybe get a 5 in here. I might just be dropping this and the 6. Because I have too many groups. If I want to push this hand, I have too many groups. I'll cut this now because I already know it's safe. I don't want a surprise. Oh, never mind. Never mind. 3 norths are out. I forgot to check the 1 in my own discards. I was going to say that I wouldn't have liked there to be a surprise Tonki wait over here from Shimocha, but they couldn't be going for it. The only way somebody could win on a north win in this situation is if they were going for 13 orphans, and it would have to be Zalix, which obviously you are not, and you would be in Furry 10 if you were. God, this hand, I'm just folding, really. This is not going to work out. Technically, I could hit Tenpai. And you know what? The 4 is looking safe. Because it just passed. I'll cut that. The 8 is also looking... the gate's just Genbutsu against everyone. Because he came out against both of these players after this Riichi. If you let me call pawn... No, okay. If they let me call pawn, that would have been the only way that I would hit Tenpai there. I gotta pay 3,000. What's this ping in the general chat? Oh, okay, I see. It was, I said hi to a friend when they joined the server. And they were just pinging me back. So, it was just a hello. This is a very, very rough start. We're still in East 1. I feel like I'm losing a lot of focus already. Which isn't great at the start of the game. So, Eric's stats I've just checked. I don't think I've checked his Alex's yet, so I'm going to check that in just a second. I'm not pawning that. Not yet. In this situation, I need more than just East Wind only. I need to hope and dream. Okay, 0% Dama, 0 Dama. Also, let me check your Dama rates as well for tournaments and friendlies. Higher in friendlies. Let's see, there is a world in which this becomes Painfu. If I pick up like a 3-so, then I could cut this 5 and then eventually find a 5-pin in here, or alternatively a 3-pin or 7-pin. That feels too slow though. There's a 5-pin. One East is already out. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna gamble on the Painfu. I'm also gambling maybe on a tiny bit of Sanshoku. Because we got a 4-5-6. We got a 4-5. We have a 5 over here. So it's not out of the question. Tournaments are exhausting. I think when I came back, I said like, oh yeah, I'm absolutely prepared for the next round. And now I'm already sitting here like, man, I wish I had more time to rest. I wanted to like lie down in bed for a couple minutes. Oh. It's nice to have these as a pair as well, because I could pick up a 7-pin instead of worrying about this 3-so for this group. Gotten a lot of pairs in my discards. West, West, 8, 8, East, East, 9, 9. I guess there was a world in which this could have ended up at Chitoy. Don't like that. Cut the 5. It's Gambutsu. We only have 14 tiles left anyways. I don't think this hand is hitting Tenpai. I was gonna cut the 7s and 8s. And I think I still gotta... Okay, well now I was gonna say that I could have cut 1-so if I needed. Because it would have been Suji to that, which was... It's pretty safe. Okay. I gotta focus now. I'm dealer. This is my chance to get my points back. I can't let my dealer seat slide. Looks like a solid start. Drop the West. There is a small Itsu chance I would need a 3-pin and an 8-pin, but then I'd also need to find a pair elsewhere. I could just force Itsu, have Itsu Dora 2. I'd be okay with that. We can cut. 4-so would have been better actually, because if I picked up a 5-mon, I would have been happy. And by cutting that 9, I'm realizing now that I also cut a small Sanshoku chance, but again, I'm not too worried about it. These are much more likely just to stay as a pair. 2-4. That is more efficient than other groups. How do I feel about the Itsu? I'm gonna cut the 9-7. 1-6 is already out. It's only 1, so it's not really losing much efficiency, but I think it is slightly higher efficiency to keep this over this. And I don't like giving up the Itsu just yet. I'm still leaving myself with the 7 to build off of for just a second, but... Oh, you know what? It's unfortunate to draw that now, but I will risk the furry 10. Again, this could still be Itsu, and I could find a pair in here as well, so I'm not actually risking furry 10 if I do it that way. I think with the call over here, I'd be worried about them going for a fast hand. So I might just look at taking the Itsu, just calling tiles where I can. Red 5 came out after that call. They're probably getting close to Tempai if they're not already there. That 4 is yeah. It was a little worrying. I was hoping they were just holding on to the red 5 because it was red, rather than because it was next to tiles that they had. But at some point that 4 was likely to just go anyway, so I felt that was going to be the safer time to drop it. It's really unfortunate to lose that dealer seat there, though. Let's see. There's a 6-7-8 Sanshoku chance. Maybe I should have kept that 4, though, because I was going to need a pair anyway. So I could have looked at that as a pair possibility. I likely wouldn't have gotten it because Eric had 2 or 3 of them. But that would still... I mean, that would still be Tempai. Well, I'm going to have to get my points back. Will probably have to happen in my next dealership, South 2. Got a little bit until then. As in basically the full table until then. Cut the Tumon. 2-pin is right next to Dora, so I don't want to cut that. Hmm. 2-2-3-3. Yeah, I'm gonna cut the 8. If I do somehow manage to turn this into a Sanshoku, it would be 5-6-7 now. It's not gonna be 6-7-8. I was leaving the option open for a second, but I don't like cutting this when it's right next to Dora. I don't like cutting these. I don't really want Tanya Nomi. Riichi was on the 5. I'm gonna cut Tsuji. I'm hoping to turn this into a nice... like, if I could pick up a 4-so, I'll be very, very happy. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't want to deal into you, and I also didn't want to deal in over here either. So I think I would have been fine just folding that one. My hand wouldn't have been too valuable. So it wouldn't really be worth pushing there in that instance, even as far as behind as I am. Two Sodora. Okay, I have tiles next to it. We do have 3 pairs. There is a Chitoy chance here. I'm immediately suspicious of the Toyman's discards. All those Montiles out? Reads to me like it's probably a flush. Probably on so tiles then. I could technically call that go Toy Toy Nomi, but I don't really like that. If I get anything similar, well, I guess it wouldn't be Toy Toy Nomi. It would be Toy Toy Seatwin, most likely. But this is one where I might rather Chitoy, because I would hope to be able to use the Dora. If I go Toy Toy right now, I likely wouldn't be able to. Okay, well, hang on. Because now that's Dora. But I also don't need to go for the Toy Toy or the Chitoy, because I have some pretty decent groups. I'm getting rid of my 8-9 just to leave the Toy Toy and Chitoy possibilities open. And the 8-9 is not a fantastic group anyway. And drop my Wests. One of them is already out, so I'd be hoping that the last one isn't in the dead wall over here. Which I don't really like having to gamble on that. I'll take Tanya Dora 2, maybe Dora 3. The West was also just a lot safer there than dropping the 8-1. I didn't want to deal into Ipatsu. I will do the 8 here though, because I don't want to risk Furry 10. I've already dropped this 9 now. I'm gonna drop my 2s instead. I think that's gonna be a little bit safer than dropping the 4 and 7. Because for the 2s, it's 1 dangerous tile, effectively, that I have to drop, rather than 2. I really don't like dropping this 5, though. It is going to be half Suji. Well, actually, it's going to be full Suji. Or Nakasuji. Unfortunate. Can y'all stop Zumoing? I would like everyone to bully like one of the other players so I can like not be in last that way if I have to be. Okay. We do have 2 Dora, that's fantastic. Yeah, this can be a great hand to build off of. I have this nice 5, 6, 7 already. These are great to build off of, and I have 2 Dora. These would also be pretty good to build off of, benefiting anything from 2 anything 2 through 9. The Norths are likely to go at some point because they're not Yaku High or anything. Alternatively,
市松の彩りを添えて差し上げます。
alternatively, I am Rian Shantan from Chitoy, if I want to go that route. But I don't think I do. I'd rather this just be Tanya. Because this is just going to be a much easier hand to work with this way. Still not easy, but easier. Cutting one mon, keeping the Saber Northwind for a sec in case that there's like an early Riichi or something. I should again be watching Tsumogiri versus Tadashi over here. You might have seen earlier when I was looking at my settings that there was the option to turn on the Tsumogiri tiles. I just don't like those. I find them distracting. I end up looking at the color more than the actual tiles, which not really ideal. I'm not calling that 8. Like I could have like, you know, Tanya Dora 2. Be fine with that. This is also a hand that looks like it could end up as closed, possibly, and I want to believe in that chance because I am in last and I need as much value as I can get. I don't think that's really going to be helpful, most likely. You know what? Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm cutting it. I was thinking like also maybe cutting this 4 instead because like I have 2 other pairs and I would like to be able to use these ones especially as a pair. But like, I think it's just easier to... I just didn't like building off what I had. Now let's see here. I might cut these 8s. Yeah, I'm cutting the 8s. Mostly because of the time. The time pressure was getting to me. And also, again, this is, rather than cutting a sequence, cutting a pair means that I'm only cutting 1 tile, really, rather than cutting 2. I'm only cutting the 8, so I'm not cutting, like, possibly this 3 and 4, or this 3 and 4 mon, for instance. Again, it's not ideal for somebody else to win the hand, especially when I had, like, something pretty solid. At least value-wise, not efficiency-wise. I wasn't in Tenpai yet. I wish I was. But, like, at least they're not hitting me. This is my dealership, though. This is where I have to come back. We have a fast hand, at least. And we have a tile next to the Dora. If a south comes out early, do I call it? I don't know. I feel like I probably wouldn't at this point. Not for a few turns anyway. Not until the second row of discards. Mon. It's pretty solid. I'll cut my seat win. Tuso's going next. This is a hand that looks like it plays itself, really. But it's not going to be worth any value. At least not if I call on the south. I'm really hoping to just, like, be able to pick up this 8-so. Pick up a 5-so or a 6-mon or a 7-mon. Pick up a 5-pin. Actually, on a 5-pin, I gotta think here. What would I discard? Probably this 5. Well, at this point, I think here I'm cutting the 9. It's great to just pick this triplet up. That's fantastic. Okay, 5, 6, 7. That's great. Now we're Ishan 10. So now we can at least get a little bit of value. I would love a 3-pin. I would absolutely love a 3-pin. That's scary. But I gotta push. No matter what here, I gotta push. If it gets too terrifying, like, I don't know, maybe I could fold a pair or something and hope to pick up a pair elsewhere. But, like, that's the best I could do. And my pair right now looks pretty terrifying to drop, so I wouldn't really want to do that. That pause had me worried. I was thinking I was going to lose my dealer seat there. Okay. That's Tempai. This is a terrifying discard. Does it pass against 2 Riichis? It does! Okay. I will turn on Autocon. I need whatever value I can get. 369 weight is pretty solid. Oh! We have the draws off, so there is no 4 Riichi draw. Oh no! I needed that win so badly. Oh! That hurts to see. Okay. It's South 3 now. I need a Yakuman. I guess if I'm looking for second, I could hope for a Baimon. Really, I need to win the next 2 rounds. I don't think I'm getting a Baimon in this hand. Is there a way that I can make this into a Mungon? Because if I can make this into a Mungon, then that means that next round, I would also need a Mungon. This is, again, in order to not get last. Or, preferably, both of them would hit the second place player, and then I could take second. What's the highest value I can get here? Reach, Chitoy, Dora 2, and some Ura. I think that's got to be the plan. Technically, I could also make a Tanyao, turn it into a Hane. Oh, that's Ishanten though. I don't think there's any way that I'm turning this into Tanya. 5, 8, 2 out. Let's cut this 5. Trying to think of what's going to be most likely for players to discard later. I really need 8-pin if I want to get out of last place. I haven't dropped a 3-so yet. I felt like I have. But that was the 3 Mon, I think, that I was thinking of. Oh, a little bit of lag there. Okay, that's Tempai. I gotta wait on the Dora. This is really the only way that I get out of last place. I can get out of last immediately if I hit the person who's called Riichi. If I hit my Kamicha's Alex. And they would be the most likely to actually deal in. I could also Tsumo, and that would be a Hane. Okay, now you're also... Okay! Hanemon! If I hit Urador, that's actually the Paimon that I really, really wanted. It would still won't be... Okay, I did hit Ura! That's the Paimon! The dream is real! It's still not quite enough. Oh, no, it does overtake second. I'm in second. Okay. Okay. Oh. We're back. We're so back. I'm so glad that Eric Riichi'd there to put the extra 1,000 points on the table. I really just don't want to have it all come crashing down in this last round. Because the first in 2 seconds is pretty solid. If I can turn this into a Hanemon and hit Sheska, that would put me in first, but I don't think I have value anywhere to turn this into a Hanemon. Like, let's see. I can get a Dora here. I could see, like, Reach, Pinfu, Dora... Sumo and Uradora pair, I think, is what I would have to hope for. I don't really see much else. Unless somebody else calls Khan. Also, with my points like this, with less than 1,000 difference between me and second, I really would rather not call Riichi if I don't have to. I might be looking at, like, trying to Tsumo if I hit Tenpai. This is also looking like a possible Honitsu over here. They've only dropped Sotiles. Are they going to call this, though? Okay, that's not necessarily them. No, don't cut that. The door is next to those. Cut the 8-pin. Looking at efficiency, I was like, oh yeah, I can cut these. So I almost did before remembering, right, I'm keeping those because of the Dora. Can't call. It's unfortunate to draw that right after dropping the 8, but I'm going to go ahead and cut it again. Or I'm not again. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. I don't like the idea of furry... Well, actually, again, I'd be looking more to Sumo this. Because I'm not calling Riichi. Furry 10 would be fine. Though then I guess I'd be dropping this 4, and this is like similar efficiency anyway, so there would be no real reason to go for the furry 10. Yeah. Yeah. Also, this is not Honitsu. I guess they just wanted to drop their Sotiles. This looks like Toi Toi no Mi over here. Okay. I need to Tsumo the Dora. I was gonna say that, like, I could also look at Rinshan as a technical possibility, but, like, I can't. 9 is out. I don't like that, but you know what? At least I immediately drew a safety tile. The 3-pin was dangerous. I probably shouldn't have dropped that, but I was looking around for other tiles to do. I'll drop this here now. Now it's a 369 weight. If this isn't big, then I still stay second. That's not big. That's a second place. Considering how far down I was that entire match, I am so glad to go a little bit positive there. Oh. What's my current rank? 12th is not bad. 12th is solid. God, we still got sorry, not 3. We still got 2 more matches after this. Oh, that's exhausting to think about. Let's see. Okay, we got a little bit before check-ins. Let's see. Is there anyone? You're not doing too bad. Everyone's gonna be a lot lower. I know that Ivaki ended up not playing the last one because they have other plans. Glad that they are no longer last, though. Actually, I should check. I think she pronouns for Ivaki. Let me check that real quick. Live on-stream misgendering. It is she, her. Damn. I fucked up. I apologize, Ivaki, even though I know you're not watching this. Let's see. We're doing pretty well. Let me watch one of the other ongoing games. Let's see how Moogle's doing. And in the meantime, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna grab some more water. I'm gonna grab maybe a tiny little snack. Actually, it's South 4 with like no tiles left, so. Oh, but there is gonna be another round. All right, well, I'm gonna be right back.
赤ドラ1満願 捨てるべきものだ。惜しそうな顔。リーチ、今日の運はどうだ？早く打てば見えない。ごめん、これロン。リーチ、ハク。
All right. We are back. Check-ins end in 5 minutes. So, in the meantime, let's watch another one of these. Ba-ba-ba. Who do I want to watch? And sure, let's just watch this one. We got 5 minutes. Let's just start from like South 3. See what all we're working with here. An early call in the 9s. You're just looking to get your west winds, keep second, I guess. Makes sense. There's a massive gap between you and first. Also, let me do the perspective of the dealer. This is a solid hand to work with here. If you could pick up a 7, then this could easily be Pinfu. Amber's over there is just kind of screwed. Like, really, they just need a Yakuan. Oh, I didn't mean to... I was wondering why the turn was taking so long. Yeah, I think Amber is just looking to finish this as fast as possible at this point. They are Ish on 10. And I was about to say, in fact, that's Tenpai. Looks like they did get the west over here, across from Wolfborg. Mocha something. Can't read the last two kanji. They're still pushing a little bit. Makes sense when you don't really know what's safe, I guess. There we go. Now they're full in the norths. How's non-con doing? I don't think I've looked at your hand yet. 5, 6, 7, triplet of fives. Yeah, this is looking solid. Ishan 10 right now. I think it's really just a matter of time, though. Yeah, oh, never mind. Doesn't come out. Non-con defends it. Keeps it from dealing into Amber over there. Oh, there's the tune, though. That is absolutely going to hit. The 2-pin would have been better to deal in, but... not that it much matters. Like, they have such a massive lead. Losing to Han. Losing the 2,600 points. That's nothing. They can absolutely deal with that. They're fine to just end the game there. That doesn't end the game. Right, that was South 3. I forgot that was South 3, not South 4. I was very confused for a second. Dealer's perspective. Okay, let's see. That's a rough hand to work with, but also, again, at this point, 27,000 points in the negative. You're just kind of hoping, you're just kind of wanting the game to end, whether you win or not. Like, I think at this point, all hope is pretty much gone unless you try to get double Yakuman. Which, good luck with that. This hand over here isn't bad. Let's see, because they got the 7-8 set up. They got a 3-3-4-5. That's nice. Some good groups to work with in here. That 5's a little bit awkward. Probably going to be cutting that next. In fact, I probably would have cut it and kept the 9 just for the 7-8-9 shape. Left of 3s as a possibility of it being the pair. Though I guess, no, hang on, because this is now leaning into Tanya. Voice is starting to crack a little bit. Non-con over here. Decent potential to build over here. We got a 1, 2, 3 there. If they can get a 7-pin, they're pretty happy. Same with a 5, so. And over here, you're just looking at your Chunomi. Possibly a Honitsu. No, never mind. Not a Honitsu. Just Chunomi. You're just... Is defending the 3rd place, like, really... play there, I wonder. It also depends on, like, where they're at in the tournament, I guess. I'm not sure what their standing is. Yeah, tournament check-in is just about over, and then we can start the next round. Okay, that's going to be Tenpai over here for Wolfborg. Chunomi. But that's Sumo over here. And that's going to end the game. Alright, let's see. Ah, didn't mean to back out. I'll go ahead and ready up. Who am I playing here? I'm playing Moogle. Okay. Playing Moogle, I'm playing Dunch, and I'm playing Cuervo. Cuervo is another name that I recognize, I think, from another tournament. Dunch I am 100% unfamiliar with, but Moogle I vaguely know. I might have even played Moogle once or twice in friendlies in another server. Hi, Abyss! I think this is the first year that this one's happening. Though this is ran by the same person who does the I'm blanking on the name. It's been a long day. What's the other one called? Damn. The Extra Life Open. So I'm not sure if you might be thinking of the Extra Life Open. Alright, any second now, we should have the next game starting up. We are waiting on, looks like 6 people to ready up. Oh, wait, Magikarp's in this. I didn't realize they were playing. Because that's another friend of mine. I always forget that his Riichi City name is Greece, so I have no idea how he's been doing. Let's see. Where's Greece on here? If he even played for the first rounds, which he just might not have. That could also be like why I wasn't paying attention to it. Yeah, no, he's not on here, as far as I can see. Huh. Oh, waiting on 2 more people to ready up, and then games start. Oh, never mind. Games are starting now. This is round 4 out of 5. We got this one and then 1 more after. It's Dora, and I do have a tile next to it. A pair of Haku. Okay, it's good to get that Dora. Not poning that. Because 8-so is Dora, I think this 2-mon goes next. And then 2-so... Well, I mean, Red Dragon should also be going here soon. Oh. Match is paused already, huh? Okay. Well, there we go. Sure. I guess somebody was disconnected for like just a second and immediately hit the pause button. So they didn't want the first one, they wanted the second one. Which is actually kind of interesting when they had already called Yakuhai. I guess maybe they just drew the Red Dragon right before that second one came out. Probably what happened. Huh. Are we going Toy Toy here? Or Chi Toy, maybe? I think with a hand like this, I'd rather Toy Toy. Even though we're Ishanten with Chi Toy right now. And we're San Shanten for Toy Toy. I think I still like Toy Toy more. Being able to call on the 9s and the White Dragon. And on that now. Let's go ahead, drop 6-pin. If I get White Dragon, I could look at just dropping this and having the 2-Han hand take an early lead. I might do that too, since I'd be waiting on the last... We don't have the White Dragon yet. I'm cutting this. Okay. You needed the White Dragon too, huh? Dang. Alright. Fair enough. My turn as dealer. Let's see what I get. 6 Mondora. I have a tile next to it. Let's go ahead, discard our West. Go ahead, turn off calls. This isn't looking like a hand I'm going to want to call on at all. Because I do not have a Yaku yet. 9-so is probably better to drop than that one right there. Oh, don't. Stop that. Put your Riichi stick away.
See.
17th is solid. Hell yeah. I think I was like, I don't remember how. I don't remember where I was. I was like halfway through the leaderboards, so not too high, not too low. I'll just cut the 9-so here. Hoping to pick up 9-mon, 5-pin, or 6-so and have the Pinfu. I think with the early 5, it's good to cut the 6 here. It's also half Suji to the 9 I just discarded. Which also means I'm going to cut the 3 next, because now that's Suji to the 6. Oh, don't like that. This is Genbutsu over here. Actually, you know, it was Genbutsu over here as well, because this came out, I believe, after this Riichi. Ooh, don't like that tile. I kind of don't like 9-mon either, though. Now with this 8 Riichi. I kind of hate that. But we're doing it. Oh, dang. So it goes. Damn. Mangan, huh? That's rough. It's a rough start. We had a rough start in the last match too, though. I managed to catch it up. I'm definitely like, I definitely seem good at catching up nowadays. I feel like I have way more comebacks than I used to. Which I guess is a bit of a problem in just like letting myself get down low on points in the first place. But at the same time, like, the fact that like I can now come back feels good, where before I was kind of horrible at it. Because I would always like stress the fuck out and just do worse and worse and worse every round. I feel like the way that I played before was like, I would do great if I would never like take a big hit. But the second I take a single hit, it's like, okay, well, I gotta recover from that. How the fuck do I recover from that? I don't know how to recover from that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. There is a way for this to become Pinfu to pick up a 3, which would also be nice because that's the Dora. Unfortunately, this would just be Riichi no Mi if I took it. I'm gonna discard. Oh, never mind, because I have this 9 as well. What am I thinking? Oh. Oh. That's a silly mistake. Hell, you know what? That's great, because now that can be Sanshoku. I'll take it. I was thinking for a second, like, oh yeah, if I just drop these 2 9s, then I'll have Tanyao. Forgetting entirely about this guy, so. The Tanyao's not working out. But I might be able to get a Sanshoku here. Reach, Pinfu, Dora, at least 3 Han. If I can get Sanshoku, then that becomes a Mangan. I need to drink some water. My throat's getting a little hoarse. I'm not used to streaming for more than like 2 hours max. Is anybody gonna want to push out a 3 or 6 pin? Preferably a 6 pin. You would have my, maybe not eternal gratitude, but you'd at least have like temporary gratitude. I'd be very gracious. Please? Pretty please? 6 pin? That's alright, I'll Zumo it. I'll get Haite. There's gonna be a call at the table somewhere, and then I'm gonna get the Haite tile, definitely. Sumo here? No Sumo. Hote? No Hote. Ah, you had my 3s. I really wanted the 6 though, but that's okay. The Riichi stick stays on the table. I get 1,500 points. The game does not move forward, so still fine. Perfectly fine thing to happen. I think I'd be happy with the 2 Han hand and just get the points on the table as well. So I'll probably just be calling as much as I can here. There is also, I guess, a Toy chance, technically, but like... no clue if that's gonna happen. Same with Honitsu, but then I'd also have to drop this, and I wouldn't really feel like doing that. Get Haku out of there, because that's already 3 cut. I'm gonna take a quick second, because I haven't done this yet. Check the Dama rates. No information on you. Other than you have not Dama'd in the couple games you've played. I don't like this. That's looking like Honitsu over there. That means it's also likely going to be hard for me to get my 6 or 7. Alright, Dama rate. 6%. 20% in tournaments. Okay. So that's something I'm going to have to watch out for. And the Moogle over here, I think you probably have a high Dama rate as well. 10 and 7. Actually not as high as I was expecting. I don't like cutting the 3 into what looks like Honitsu. Though, there is now Honitsu thread over here. And I should have noticed this thread a minute ago. I was just too busy paying attention to this Honitsu. We're cutting the 3. Okay, it passed. I kind of don't like dropping this north, is the thing. So I didn't want to do it right there. Okay, it does pass. Because when you have 2 Honitsus, of course they can use honors. They don't have to be Yakuhai strictly, so they could have used the north. Now you're not going for Honitsu, actually. Okay. Solid start here. A lot of good numbers to build off of. 3, 4, 5 already built in. 7, 8, that's, you know, great Rionman already. I was gonna say my so tiles are great to build off of. I can easily find something there, and I found one immediately. 2 so is Dora, so I really want to hold this for a bit. If I can. Drop the 1 Mon. If I pick up a 6 pin, this could easily be Tanya as well. So let's see. This could be Riichi Pinfu Tanya. If I pick up a 5 Mon, then I can guarantee Pinfu. Do I want to maximize the Pinfu chance? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Only because the 2 so is Dora, I want to leave these as a possibility to be the pair. Because if I pick up a 2 so, I want to be able to use that with this 3. Normally, I think I would look at maximizing the Pinfu chance in that specific situation. And actually, you know, thinking about it, I should have kept the 8 and dropped the 4 instead. Because there was a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku chance that I'm just noticing now. If I had picked up a 6 pin, then this would have been Reach, Tanya, Sanshoku, and possibly Pinfu as well, which would be great. I just figured that it would be easier to build off the 4. So like if I got a 3 or something, then I could drop these. Now Tomb 5 Mon are out, including the red 5. It's going to be a little tough to get what I need in here for the Pinfu. 2 2-so are also out. So it's not looking incredibly likely that I'm going to pick one up around here. I have a second chance at the Sanshoku. I'm going to take the second chance of the Sanshoku. Normally, I'm a big believer in, like, if you've already cut something once, then, like, you're going to want to discard it again, like, every time you get it. Double down on ditching tiles. But in this situation, this 8 was a mistake, and I'm not risking Furry 10 by keeping the new one, so... Let's see. 2 9-pin are out. 3 9-pin are out, actually. So, like, if I get the chance to call in a 7 Mon, or even if I get the chance to call Polen on either of these, then I might take it just to hit Tenpai. And I think the chance of hitting... Now all the 9s are out, so now I would be guaranteed Tanyao. Yeah. That does nothing for me. I'm not reaching with 4 tiles left. Okay. Unfortunate, but that's all right. It wasn't too huge. What could this hand be? I'm just seeing, like, Pinfu, and that's about it here. I'm not seeing much else. Like, technically... You know what, in fact... With that extra 2, I'm going to go ahead and discard the 9. I'm going to try to believe in the Tanyao. There is also technically a Sanshoku available in 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, both of my other pairs would be in those sequences, which makes it a little bit awkward. I gotta keep an eye on the Toyman here, because they have the double east, of course. 7, 8. Yeah, I can drop the 8, 9. Yeah, if I get lucky, this can be Tanyao. I think this 3 is likely to go. I think this is looking more at Pinfu. I'm gonna cut the 8 so here. Keep the... Yeah, that was kind of why I wanted to drop the 8 so, was because I was like, it's gonna get dangerous. I just didn't think it was dangerous yet. I'm not happy to deal into a 3 Han dealer hand, but could have been worse. 3 Pandora. I don't get any, but I will absolutely be keeping both of these to be able to make use of it. I was looking at the possibility of like a 789 Sanshoku, so I was hesitating on this for like just a second, but I was like, I have too many groups. I wouldn't be able to make use of it. Cut this. This is again another Pinfu hand. Like I just pick up something around here, and something around here, drop my stray tiles, and we're good. Like that's just Pinfu set. Doesn't look like it's gonna be anything else. Oh, and actually I should have kept that 5 in case I drew a 3 pin. I was like, it's less efficient than this 5, which like it is less efficient. But I really need some value. Getting some door would be nice. I'm thinking, is there a world in which I can turn this into Itsu? Because like if I pick up a 1-so, would I have any reason to drop this 7-so for it? I guess the answer is no. But, like, I still drop the north in that case, and then if I pick up the 5 before completing this group, then I drop the 7. That would be how. Okay. Don't like the Riichi. I guess one way I can look at the Riichi is it does put an extra 1,000 points on the table for me because I'm going to want to win this hand. And they've already dropped a tile that I want, so they're likely to drop it again. Unless they're in Furryton or something. Just Riichi Pinfu. Hoping to hit some Urador here. Oh, that's it. Okay, cool, it passed. I was pretty scared on that 6. Didn't think it was gonna pass. There we go. Uradora, please. 1 Ura. That's fine. It gets me out of last. It makes up for the last deal-in that I had. 8, so is the Dora. What voice lines does this character have? Not doing those right now. Okay. I can hope for Hatsu Dora here. But it's honestly looking like it might just be Hatsu. I don't know that the door is happening. I can hope. I can absolutely hope. Cutting 9 pin. I think it's probably... I don't know if it's necessarily more efficient to cut the 3 pin or the 9 pin in that situation. 3 pin felt like it was probably a little bit more efficient. Well, actually, hang on, because of course with the 6 I already have some tiles around it, so that might affect efficiency a little. It's unfortunate that I dropped those. Because like, well, not really. It's not really unfortunate. Drop this. There is a 678 Sanshoku, technically. It would mean that I'd have to drop like this 2 and 3. Or I'd have to drop my dragons or something. I guess technically there's a real fucked up world where this is Tanyao Sanshoku. Where I drop these and draw 4 and get the 7 in here and in here. I'm just cutting that. If I didn't already cut one, I might have cut these instead, but... Okay. Riichi Dora. No Hatsu, but that's fine. I will autocon, I need some value. Gotta drink a little bit more water. Okay. So the tile I'm waiting on is Suji to that 4. Somebody could drop it, especially we have 2 other Riichis on the table. Okay. It's not happening, but at least I didn't deal in. It's not great though. It's really not great. Oh, I gotta make a comeback like I did last game. Okay. Interesting start. Not sure how I feel about this. One possibility would be like Tanyao Chitoi. We're a bit off from that. If I could pick up a 3 pin and then build off this 6, that's something. Yeah, this hand just kind of sucks. Like, if I really want to, I could call tiles and get Tanyao Nomi. But what's the point in that? With so many pairs, I'm cutting the 1. See if I can force Tanyao here. I guess there's a 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku possibility. They're going to be going Honitsu, so I'm not going to really want to drop my 2 pin, 8 pin if I don't have to. Let's go ahead and cut this, because now this is looking like a possible Chitoi. Again, I don't like the Riichi. Because I don't have much safety unless I like completely fold this hand, which I could do. I'm gonna drop the 6. It's at least next to this early tile. And it still leaves me Ryanshanten, both from the Chitoi as well as like I could pick up a 3-so here and then like a 6 in here. Okay, Chitoi it is. Chitoi it is. believe in the 8 so. I don't like that I'm gonna have to discard one of these. I'm just gonna do it now. Bite the bullet. Okay, pulling, not rolling. I guess the 8 has already passed from over here, so I should have cut that instead of the 2. Shouldn't have been gambling that hard on that. But also, it did work out for me, kinda. Like, I'm not making use of that, too, if they had a pair. Riichi, Chitoi, Tanya, Dora. The reach is mostly just to try to hit Ura. I really have to hope that I can get some value here. Really, I do think that, like, in waiting on this 3-pin, that's probably just putting 1,000 points on the table for somebody else. Well, hang on. Now that I've dropped a 6, somebody could look at that as Suji. And Moogles, of course, you can more freely drop pin tiles than the rest of us, because we're all afraid of you going for Honitsu. That's really unfortunate. I might be going in the negatives. Okay, I don't think I'm going quite in the negatives. No. And now I'm dealer. This is where I have to win. This is my last chance for a comeback. 3 so is Dora. So I'm going to hold on to the 2 so for a minute. I'm also going to hold on to Yakuhai for a second, though this looks like it might be Tanyao. I'm glad I didn't drop Yakuhai. I would have dropped South. So I can get South, red 5, possibly a 3 so. Would be a nice 3 on hand. Nope. I already just made an announcement that they will have medals for the top 16. Which, if I can get second in this game, then I'd still be in the top 16 probably. Right now, before starting this match anyway, I was ranked number 12. But unfortunately, getting second is going to be very difficult in this situation. No, I don't. I was thinking for a second about like if I should have actually called on that 3, but I don't think I should have, because then I really would have needed to call on South. Just drop this. We'll look at the Ipeiko chance. The 2-pin I might have been more able to actually pull off for calling. I'd really hoped to be able to keep this hand closed if possible. I don't like 2-4 pin out, because I'm going to need a 4 or 7 at some point. I'm not paying as much attention as I was before, so I really feel like that's a bit of a mistake on my end. Okay. We're gonna cut this. I'm gonna take it. Oh, that's miserable. Okay. Well, we're in South 3, and I'm this far behind. I need a Baimon. I need to Baimon off one of them and be able to get out of last. South is Dora. This is not looking great. This hand is looking fine. This hand is looking perfectly fine. Like if I get a 6-0 here, that'd be great. If I, I could build around this pretty easily. Preferably around the 5 rather than the 1 or 9, but I'd accept the 1 or 9 as well. But like just the situation in general, oh, it's kind of miserable. Because that's a Riichi Dora too. I think that's probably the best I can get though. Hope for Ipatsu, Sumo, Uradora triplet. Actually, I guess the best would be like conning these, getting Rinshan, and a both Dora and Uradora bomb. Probably the absolute best situation, but don't think my chances of that are too likely. Okay. Chances of that are 0. I do need this to be Uradora, and it's not. We are now entering all last. I honestly don't know if I should have called that, actually. I wonder if I should have waited for Tsumo. That might have been a better play, considering how far behind I am. South is Dora again. 8 and 9 have to go. Unless I just happen to draw a 7 so early. Because, like, I'm not dropping the Dora. I'm not dropping the only value I have in this hand. Let's cut 5-pin. This is also a situation where I would really... If this were ranked, then I would be looking at just like getting a hand big enough to knock both of these players below 30,000. You know, if I just sumo a Hanemon, that would do it. Unfortunately, that is not possible here. Like, sumoing a Hanemon is possible, of course, but like... In this tournament, there is no extension into the West rounds. So even if I got that Hanemon, it wouldn't really matter. What I'm hoping here, I need Pinfu, I need Sanshoku. If I can get Reach, Pinfu, Sanshoku, Dora 2, if I get this as my pair. That would be a Hanemon. I really need to draw the South Wind and drop these. That's like my only chance of any sort of comeback at all. Like, honestly, yeah, I think pretty much no matter what. Okay, especially now this goes. This could also be Itsu. If I pick up a 9, that's worth the same as the Sanshoku would be, and I could just like cut this 3 and 4. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut 3 and 4. Because this is a 6, I don't believe in the 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku so much. I really, really drastically need the south wind. Wait, hang on. I just realized I was counting Pinfu as if you could have a pair of the south here with Pinfu, and you can't. Got half Tsuji. Let's see. Riichi, Tsumo, Doritsu, Itsu. Yeah. So that would be Hanemon. And then I'd also need the last east to be the Uradora indicator. Or hit Ipatsu or something and get one get one regular Ura. Don't like these Riichis at all. Unfortunately, we're just not winning the hand. And that's going to be game. That's a 4th place. So our current record right now is 1st, 2nd, 2nd, and now a 4th. So we are going to be out of the top... Ooh, didn't mean to do that. So we're going to be out of the top 16 for right now. That's still not bad. If I can get a 1st in the last game, I might be able to get top 16. I can hope. Let's see, who's still playing? Also, what other... Okay, no announcements yet for check-ins. Check-ins will happen no earlier than 5:30, or check-ins will end no earlier than 5:30. So let's see, who do I want to watch? Let's watch Sage Mage. I'm gonna take a minute to just like walk around, use the bathroom, clear my head. So I'll be back again for the last round.
1ドラ1マンガン焦らず入念に最後の一筆までリーチこれどうしないとラン麻雀やってるあたしはリーチシャー 同順。ポンポインポイン。これもうしないと。リーチ、今日の運はどうだ？ラン、捕まえた獲物を。タンヤを。
Okay, we're back. We have 5 more minutes until the check-ins close. Actually, shit, I should probably use the bathroom real quick first before I am actually back. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be right back one more time. Very quickly, though. Okay, now I'm actually back. So let's see, what do we got here? Oh, that's awful for Chiaki. It's not a huge hand, but... Oh, hang on. Games just got announced. Which actually, I'm surprised to see that games are already announced when check-ins don't close for another 5 minutes, well, another 3 minutes. But it looks like I'm going to be playing against Rex and Valalari again, and Amber Embers again. I've played everyone here, okay. Sure. In fact, actually, I'm going to back out of this real quickly. Did I fight any of those 3 in the same match before? Because I feel like round 2, maybe? Okay, hang on, yeah, here. Amber and Rax were in the same one. Oh, and they want me to ready up. Ah! All right. Oh, glad I came back when I did. Take a sip of my water. 25th. If I get a solid first place, then there's a chance that I could hit top 16. I think that I might just choose... Yeah, I think I'm going to just try to play to hit top 16. I'm going to play for first rather than play for... rather than trying to play necessarily decently. I'm going to be going for value where otherwise it might not be recommended. What are the other matches here? Let's see. Chiaki versus Marty, who we played before. Or was Marty just one that we saw? I think we played Marty in like round 1 or 2. But we might have just seen them play from watching after a match. Let's see. Who else is here? Antioch is against Zalix, who we've played, and Nonkon, who I feel like we just played. Is that right? No. I think Nonkon was from one of those that I watched. Who else in here do I know? Sage Mage versus people that I don't know, and I also don't even know if I know Sage Mage. Okay, game is starting. And Lapidus versus other people I don't know. Alright. Well. Here we go. Final match. This is going to decide whether we can make top 16. I'm really hoping to get 3-pen. Turn this into Tanyao. Or not Tanyao, sorry, Pinfu. Turn this into Pinfu. Build off of preferably the 5, of course. But also there's a world in which this 1 and 2 end up getting cut, if I can build around here and here. And this 2, 3, 4, 6 is a pretty solid shape. Okay, hang on. Yeah, if I can build around here at all, this is going. In fact, if I get a 5-so, or even a 4-so... Well, I mean, okay, yeah, there we go. Because now I can benefit from another 4-so. Try to get an extra Dora in here. So Forma would be huge. That's Pinfu with a 3-sided weight. And 2 Dora at least. I'm gonna hold off on calling Riichi. This is one where I'd be happy to Tsumo it. Or alternatively, pick up a 2 or a 6-mon. I don't know if that's a good idea, though. Well, I definitely wouldn't... Yeah, I was about to say I definitely wouldn't want the 2-mon. It's also just more dangerous. We're cutting that. You don't want it. Okay, that's fine. You could take it. So, Riichi Pinfudora. No Ippatsu, but we do Tsumo. Again, a solid first here can put us in top 16. 9 Dora. I do have a pair of 9 Mon. That's great. That's fantastic. The rest of my hand... I mean, my Mon tiles are great. This 2/2/4 is pretty solid. I really hope to just pick up a 7, so... Because that's going to be what determines whether this hand is, like, actually going to work out or not. Okay. We do pick up the 7. That's fantastic. Technically, if we pick up 3 so, we could have been in Tenpai had I kept that 1. So I should probably just not have cut the 1 there. I probably should have cut this. And I will be cutting this here. Six pin. Did I cut the double east? I'll cut the 2 because it's just kind of not useful right now. It's at least better than cutting the double east. I'm not cutting the double east right here. Oh, but if I did cut the double east, we could have had a nice group. We'd had a great Ishanten. That's okay, though. We'll find something around the 6. And we're going to pick up a 3 so. It's going to happen. Okay. Now I just need to build off of either of these. Preferably not a 3 so. Preferably it would be a 5 so if I get it next to the 4. Because on the 3 so, I'd be waiting on the last 2 or a 5, which is not ideal. This 5 would be risking Furry 10, so I'm not going to try building around there. I'll just keep the 4 instead. So I'm looking for 9 Mon, 4 pin, 5 pin, 6 pin, 7 pin, 8 pin, 3 so, or 2 so, 3 so, 4 so, 5 so, 6 so, and we did pick up the 5. So we have Riichi, Dora 2. And again, I'm going to auto-con this. See if we can get the wrench on, see if we can get extra value. Okay. Because of the Pon, again, that's no Ipatsu, but still, Riichi, Tsumo, Dora 2, I'm happy with that. Especially as dealer, that's a fantastic start. If I can hold on to this lead, we could be in there. Despite the last place in the previous game, we could be in there for top 16. Cut the 1 so. The 9 pin isn't looking great unless we look at Itsu as a possibility. Okay, I'm gonna cut that. There is a 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku chance. Like, I could call on an 8 Mon. I'm gonna drop the 9, keep the 3, just because that's gonna be easier to build around. Okay. Interesting. Tanyao. Tanyao possible Sanshoku. Question is, if I get the chance, do I call Riichi? I think the answer is no. Yeah, I think the answer is no. So I do have Tanyao Sanshoku for a nice solid 3 Han hand. I will auto win. I have no reason to pass up a win. I'm gonna drop this from hand just to maybe keep people from thinking that I'm in Tempai. There's a term for doing that, and I don't know what it is. I've heard it like 2 times. I've probably heard it more than that. But I got no clue what it is. I don't remember. I think if I Riichi, the 7-so is just like never coming out. Question is, if I move this down, if I pick up like a 5-so, do I swap out the 8? Because then I have Pinfu. And it would be a nice Rionman. It's waiting on 4 or 7 rather than strictly a 7. But I do kind of just want the value. A 3 Han hand is a lot more than a 2 Han hand. Okay, don't gotta worry about it. 4 Han even. A nice almost Mongon again. I like my Dora. I do like my Dora. If I can get an East, I'd be extremely happy. If I can get a Green Dragon, I'd also be pretty happy. Just being able to keep these as a pair would be incredible. And being able to call tiles with them. Hoping to pick up... A 3-so for speed would be great. A 6 or a 4-so to be able to keep the red 5 would also be incredible. Either one would be great. I would have too many groups to really make use of both. Okay, I don't think we're worrying about Yakuhai at all here. I don't think we need to call. Turn calls off. I should have done that earlier even, but just because I didn't have Yakuhai yet. I'm going to hold on to the safer Southwind rather than worrying about the double East. And if I could pick up a Sanzo, I'd be happy. If I could pick up a 4-so or a 6-so and drop these instead, I'd also be happy about that. A 2-so is interesting. I'm cutting the 5-so before it gets dangerous later. I think keeping it would be maybe a little bit too greedy. I think this group has enough efficiency. I think the right play there might be dropping like the 1-so or the Southwind, or probably the Southwind, but... And here I'm gonna go ahead and drop this. But it just felt bad to be keeping that tile. Do I believe in the 3-so more? I honestly kind of do. I don't believe the door is going to drop. I don't know how I feel about the last 2. I think a 3-so is alright. Riichi Dora 3 is again an almost Mongon. I don't know that that 2-so would have dropped had I not just discarded it. Okay. That's again another almost Mongon. Actually, that is just Mongon, isn't it? Yeah. Should... Oh, but yeah, never mind, yeah. Especially with the Ura, of course. But I think Fu-wise, 4Han... That would be 4Han 40, yeah. Glad I kept the 9 so. Six, seven, eight. I don't think this hand is one that's gonna finish. I'm gonna do something that feels a little bit silly. That feels a little bit silly because, like, this could have been 2 different groups. It could have been a 2, 3, 4 and a 6, 7, 8 if I got lucky. I believe a little bit more in building around the 4. So I didn't want to ruin that. I don't think it's the right play. Or I don't think it's, like, book. But I might be able to make it work for me. We can see. It all depends, really, if I pick up something around here. I also just wanted to hold on to Yakuhai, just to, like, be able to call tiles. I should have paid attention to the fact that Chun was, like, dead. So I will be dropping this. Two 7-mon out over here, as well as, of course, the 1 in my hand, means that this 9... this 6 isn't going to be great to build off of, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop this 9. Drop the north first. Kind of hoping that Rax is just going for, like, a 1 Han hand over here. I'd be fine if, like, they move us forward like that. I just don't want to get hit hard. But I'd expect it to be Honitsu. Drop Haku. I'll leave the 3 and 6 to build off of. I really am not going to want to drop... Okay, I'm going to go ahead and discard that. I'm not going to want to drop this 4. I'm not going to want to drop So tiles at all for Rax. I'm cutting the 6 there, because I've already cut the 8 and the other 4. It's like, if I would have picked up anything around this, normally that would be a good shape, but in this instance, I don't think it would be. I'm folding. I probably should have folded with the 1-mon first. That would have been a better play, because that way I could still look at pushing this hand forward, but I'm not worried about it. I'll let the round move forward. I'm good with that. The 9-mon also would have been a good one to cut instead. The 9 so passed over here. I should have been checking whether that 6 was... I mean, it was a 6. Like, let's be real. You weren't keeping that in your hand, probably. Unless it was, like, the worst attempt ever at hiding your possible Honitsu. Technically, this hand could still hit Tenpai if I pick up an 8 so. I could even call tiles and just choose to stay in the dealer's seat if there's an exhaustive draw. Of course, that depends on if I feel like this 3 is going to pass, which I do feel it's pretty comfortable, or I do feel pretty comfortable about dropping it. I'm not dropping it here, though. I'm folding out. But yeah, like, this is a lot of pin tiles early in their discards. I wouldn't be worried about the 3 pins so much. Okay, what do you have then? Just dropped a 7 so because it passed recently. Yeah, you had nothing. I guess you were trying to push for a pure straight. That's probably what you were doing over there. That would make sense. Okay, so now my goal, I have this many points, I'm in the lead. Now my goal is just to push the game forward as fast as possible. So I'm going to be calling on those red dragons the second they come up. I will take a 1-Han hand and I will be happy with it. We don't need value here. We don't got to get greedy. This is already a very, very solid first place so far. As long as I can like keep this lead going, top 16 is possible. This is a very, very, very solid placement. Not pulling that just yet. Cut the 9. For whatever reason, I thought I picked up a 5 pin, and so I was looking at cutting the 7. There was no reason to be looking at this 7 if I didn't draw that 5 pin, so I'm glad that I chose the 9. There was also like hardly any reason to cut the 7 anyway, outside of just like this could get dangerous later, was what I was thinking. But it's just an efficient tile, so I wasn't gonna be willing to do that. Let's go ahead and cut it now though, because now we're Ishanten. Now I can call on a 1-mon or a 4-mon or a 5-mon or an 8-mon. I can call on any of those, just be in Tenpai. If I pick up something around here, then I think I might just drop the 1-mon. Okay, yeah, I'll drop the 1-mon because one of them's already out. I don't want to have to wait on the last 1-mon. Unfortunately, it would have dropped immediately and I could have been in Tenpai, but that's fine. That's fine. As long as one of these 4s comes out, we're good. I don't really have a reason to keep that. I don't need to build this hand further. I'd rather just keep a safer tile than one that's going to be more dangerous later. An 8, well, it's safe over here. It's still very dangerous against these 2, so that's another reason why I was keeping the 1-mon. Genbutsu against these 2. This player also dropped a 2 very early, so it was less likely to deal in there. Now we're just dropping Genbutsu. We're dropping the 100% safe tile, the White Dragon. I'll drop West. It's not likely to deal in. I could have dropped Genbutsu, but I like keeping this for a little bit of extra efficiency in case I pick up a 3. But I'm doing this though. Go for either of the 4s. And if I get the chance to con, I am not taking it. Because I do not want to give anyone else extra value if I don't have to. Roll that. Chun Nomi. Now, again, because they're in the negatives, doesn't matter. This tournament has no busting, so they still continue to live, even in the negatives. 1 Pandora. I won't need to worry much about Dora. I won't need to worry about Dora because I already have the lead. But of course, if I get a pair, I'd be very happy to have that. It'd be nice at least to keep my opponents from having it. There is a Tanyao chance here. If I get the chance to call in a 4-so, now that I have those pair of 9s, I definitely wouldn't take it. But like I could technically have considered it. I think I might just rather toss this 1 pen out early at this point. And toss out the 8 so. I'm not sure exactly how many points I'll need to get to the top 16. So if I can get more value, I would like more value. I do think this is a little bit greedy though. Okay, you know what? Pays off. We're gonna cut a 6-mon here. We're not gonna need that as a sequence, or we're not gonna need that as a triplet. We're gonna build it as a sequence. This 3 is also very likely to go. Question is this Pinfu? Am I building around here? Yes, okay, that answers that. Then these 9s are gonna go. I was gonna say, is it Pinfu, or are we going with the 9-mon 1-pin Shanpon weight? But looks like we're doing Pinfu. Efficiency-wise, I would rather keep the 9-mons, just like in case I picked up a triplet of them, then I could like drop one of these other sequence setups. But looking at safety, I'd rather hold on to the North Wind. I would have had the triplet. That's unfortunate. I'm okay with it though. I'm okay with it. Cut that. Should also be looking real quick. Let me check the Dama rates. 1%, 0, 0. 4%, 0, 0. I'll check racks in a second. That 3-pin's gonna be useless for me. Drop it now. Stats. Dama 0, 0, 0. Definitely don't pull in that. I'll drop Genbutsu. The 9-mon still feels very safe with 3 of these 7s out. And it's not like they could have the last 9 waiting on it because, like, there is no last 9. 3 of them have been dropped. So they definitely don't have, like, a pair weight on the 9 or something. And they very, very, very likely don't have the last 7 to go with the 7, 8, 9. Since they dropped 2 of the 7s, they would have wanted to have kept those otherwise. So, I'll trust this more than the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon, I would expect, could be a pair weight. It wasn't. Didn't think the chance was likely, but it could have been. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that, because now it's Genbutsu. I'll keep the Green Dragon. They could still be waiting on that. That's the last 7. I'm gonna go ahead and cut a 6. I didn't think they were gonna be going for it with these Mon discards. I am still worried on this Green Dragon just a little bit. 6-0 is Genbutsu against them. If you drop 1-0, 4-0, I might call. Okay. I'll drop the East. Only way they would win on that is if they had a pair weight. You do Tsumo, which sucks. That's like the worst case scenario because the round is going to continue. It's not a massive win though. It's not like a super small win, but it's not a massive one. So East Windora. Speaking of East Windora, there it is. I'm not a fan of this hand. Technically, there is a 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku chance. I'm not really seeing much else. Okay. Now there's an Itsu chance. I could call him 3 so, 7 mon, or sorry, why did I say mon there after so? 3 so, 7 so, and 6 so. East is only going to get more dangerous. When I don't trust the hand, I'm not going to keep the Dora. Not in this situation anyway. I don't feel like... I'm not currently comfortable with it. Would it be good to hold on to? I mean, yeah, probably. But I don't like it. Just drop the white dragon. It's not like it's safe right now. The only reason I would really be holding on to the white dragon would be for safety. So if it's not safe, then like it doesn't really help in the way that I would want. Oh, that's rough. I don't have many safeties. I have a 2-pin. I have half Suji in the 6-pin. Yeah, 2-pin it is. We're dropping Genbutsu. We have a better half Suji in the 9 so. We have... not a whole lot. There's a chance this hand actually could finish. Because I could get Pinfu if I pick up like a 3 so or something, but let's be real, especially at this point, not happening. The 2 so feels pretty safe. The 3 so was an early discard. I'm cutting the 3-pin. Trust it slightly more. Okay, 5 so is out. Okay. Again, it's unfortunate that they won because that's just going to keep this going. I really just want to move the game forward. And the longer this goes, the more of a threat Valhalla becomes. Okay, this is a good hand to just, like, call Tanyao no Mi. I would like one more group that isn't those 1-mons. Like, if I pick up a 3-pin or another 2-pin, I'll be happy. Especially a 2-pin. There is also Chitoi as a possibility. So honestly, maybe I should have dropped the 2-pin, kept the white to possibly have a final weight on. Because people very rarely expect the honor weight Riichi. Keep the 3 so, see if I can build around there, maybe drop the 1s. Because then I'd be able to turn this into Tanyao. That's gonna be slightly more efficient. Because then I could call Pone on one of these two. Or get a 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're doing that. We're not going for the Chitoi. I don't like it. Calling on that I don't think is gonna help. Well, it would have actually, because I could have called 6, 7, 8, and then dropped 3-pin, had a 5, 6 left over. But that said, we're back in Ishan 10 for a possible Chitoi. Possible Chitoi, possible just Tanyao no Mi. Possible Pinfu as well. If I pick up at the 4-pin, I could drop this. We have a few options for ways that this could go. Okay. I'm going to believe in the 3-pin. 3-2s are out. It's going to be hard for people to use those. I'll just turn on auto win. Somebody might be wanting these. I think the 3-pin is already perfectly fine to wait on. Okay, so I would have ended up winning on the 5 if I kept it. That's okay, though. South I've already dropped, so I can't wait on it. Unless I just want to... Never mind, I was going to say unless I want to wait on the last west, but there is no last west again. That is the 4th one, so it would be completely out. That's interesting. We're not doing it. It's just funny, because... Yay, yippee. Kansai Chitoi. Everyone loves Kansai Chitoi. Go form on. It might actually deal in over here. Okay, I didn't. I wouldn't expect this hand to be big at all. At best, I'm thinking Tanya Toi Toi. Oh, hang on. The east, I don't see anywhere. And they are Dora. That's really unfortunate. I would have... Well, I wouldn't have won on the red 5 because I wouldn't have passed up this Ron here. Well, this Sumo here. Still feel like the 3-pin can come out. Unless Rax is waiting for it. In which case, at the very least, I'm denying them their win. Sanzo's at least safe. At this point, people are going to be having a tough time actually dropping this 3-pin because it has not dropped yet. I really need Val Allery not to win this round. I really need this round to actually just end for real. I don't like dropping that 8. I really don't like dropping the 3 at this point either. Absolutely not doing that. Under any circumstances, I would rather drop the 3. That might be wrong. No, that's not wrong. Yeah, there was no way that East was getting cut. Ember could have called Ron. Unless they just hit Tenpai? I wasn't paying attention if their last tile was Tsumogiri over Chitashi. But there was a pause when I dropped the 3-pin. Just taking a second to just clear my head. Today's been exhausting. Good exhausting, but exhausting nonetheless. Okay, this is starting to look like Tanya. So I'm going to be cutting these Yakuhai. That's interesting. I'm going to cut 7 so early. I'm going to force these as a pair. I really don't want to drop them and let anyone else have any extra value. But yeah, I will absolutely just be pulling tiles whenever I can. Drop the tune here. I'm glad to drop it before somebody else wanted it. Can't take that. I can take this. It's a bit interesting. I have too many groups, so I'm not going to worry about the 7 mon. I'll keep this safe green dragon. If I can call on a 6-pin, I'll be very happy. Though at the same time, there are 3 9-pin out. It would be very likely for this just to end on a 6 anyway. So I think I can call tiles regardless of whether it's the 6. Keep the safer, none. Safer south wind. This hand could be Pinfu. Depending on what all I get. Okay, it's not going to be Pinfu. We're dropping this too. Again, 3 9s out means that... Actually, 4 9s out. 4 9s out, so we're going to be very likely to be waiting strictly on the 6. Actually, hang on here. That can get us out of Furry 10 because we have dropped that 9. Do I feel comfortable dropping the 8, though? I feel like the 6-0 is going to... Oh, no, but it's Dora, right? I don't know if the 6-0 is actually going to drop. We're probably going to come down to a 7-pin 6-0 wait. I'll cut this. Just keep the safer south wind. It's a bit of a gamble, not going for max efficiency and keeping that 8. Or, you know, keeping the 5-pin. But it's also a gamble to keep it because I don't want to deal in later. Not on these last 10 turns. Okay, I pwn this. Tenpai. 2-so, 5-so, though. All the 2s are out. So really, I'm waiting on one of the last 3 5-sos. How do I feel about Tumon? Good enough to drop it. Okay, that gets us out of this round. After 3 dealer repeats, we are finally out of this round. I would have been happy to have won with my Tanya Dora 4. But I did not need it. I just wanted us out of there. I did not want Valalari to keep getting scarier. Another pair of Dora. So this hand is not looking fantastic. That's gonna help it though. I had to consider for just a second, like, the possibility of 13 orphans, but no, it was not gonna be happening. Not when I have this and also the 1, 2, 3 and a 1, 3 setup. Like, no, I was not gonna get rid of those for 13 orphans. I'm expecting Honitsu to my left. I don't think they have much else for value other than, like, maybe, well, no. Yeah, I don't know what else they got. Maybe Chanta? Maybe. But that hand doesn't really scare me. Even if I deal in directly, I'll probably be fine. Okay, this hand's looking solid. If I can build off of here, then I'll probably end up dropping this 3-pin. If I can build off the 3-pin, I might drop one of the Dora. Then we will likely have Pinfu set up. Would have had a triplet of the East already. drop this. They're not calling. I do gotta wonder if maybe they're going for... Well, because if they're going for Chanda, they would want all these Yakuhai. Or all the honors, anyway. Not necessarily Yakuhai for them, but... And there's so many shown that I don't think they're going for many of those. Yeah, okay. It's Honitsu. Drop 3-pin. Actually, I should have just dropped Red Dragon there. 3-pin's gonna be safer than Red Dragon. Because Red Dragon hasn't been dropped yet. And, 3-pin, of course, now has. Oh, yeah, Red Dragon's gonna be much more scary. That's actually... That could be a Chinitsu. Huh. I'll drop this. It's risky. I think it's stupid. I probably shouldn't have done that. Like, let's be real. I want to believe in this hand. And I probably shouldn't be believing in this hand to that extent. I think that was very silly on my part. It did pass. I wasn't punished. That's not a tile that I'm going to be dropping, though. Once so. We can find a pair. I'd rather trust the Red Dragon than the 5, because if this is a Chinitsu, that would be a Dealer Mongon. That's very scary. If it's a Red Dragon, it's just Honitsu no Mi. I don't care about Honitsu no Mi. I guess a 5 did pass not long ago. Huh. Interesting. 3-so absolutely should have dropped instead there. Just because it was Genbutsu. Versus something that was likely safe. Yeah, I didn't play that hand as efficiently as I could have, but... Or I didn't defend, at least, as efficiently as I could have, but I wasn't punished for it. That's what matters. South 2, my dealer seat again. And again, because I don't quite know exactly how many more points I need in order to be able to make it to the top 16, I might want to try to fish for extra value here if I can. I might want to look for... I might want to look at continuing to win and stay in the dealer seat. Alright, so what can this hand be? If I get lucky, it could be Tanya. Honestly, I do wonder if maybe I could have called Pon on that 6 even, and forced it there. So I would have had 1, 2, 3 groups, 4 groups, and then I would just need a pair somewhere. I could have done that. And now it's Tanya. Tanya or the very unlikely East Wind. So we'll call tiles. Even though I was talking about wanting to stay in the dealer seat, would I really want to stay in the dealer seat with Tanya no Mi? I mean, it's better than nothing, I think. But... I'm not sure on this one. I trust our groups. I'm going to keep the safer East Wind. Drop the 6-so now, before it becomes more dangerous. Should be watching Tsumogiri vs. Tadashi from Valalari. I will say, Valalari is a very fun name to say. I do smile a little every time I've said it so far. Mon tiles look pretty safe. I'm okay to drop the green there, get some extra efficiency. Another 5 Mon could absolutely come out from Rex. Okay. I don't want to trust the 5 Mon though. Trust the 6 Mon, 8 Mon. Wait. Again, this is just going to be Tanya Nomi. It's not going to be anything big at all. Dropping 5 pen. I'm getting... okay, well... I was getting the vibes of a possible Toy over here, but I was like, you know, I do wonder if maybe they could want the 8. I had nothing really to base that off of. Luckily, it worked out for me. Them calling made Rex end up getting a tile that had them drop that 8. I don't remember whether... Well, I wasn't paying attention to whether that was Tsumogiri or Shidashi, so I don't know whether they drew that or not, but either way, that worked out for me. Again, this one could end up as Tanya. It's going to be a little hard getting rid of this one, but it could happen. Could also be Pinfu. I could pick up a Tuso. Everything else looks like a nice solid sequence setup. Okay, that's fantastic. Because now these are more likely as my pair. There is a possibility of a Tanya Pinfu. Also, since this is right next to the Dora, there is a chance that I can get to use that as well. Yeah, and there we go. There's that possibility set up. It wouldn't be for Tanya, though, in that case. I'll cut the one so. Okay, I'll cut 3 so. I'm hoping for 8 Mon. See if this, see if we can make this into Pinfu. They really held onto that 6, huh? So they probably have... They might have had like a 6-6-7. Or actually it might have been like a 6-7-7. Because a 6-6-7 would be weird if they had these 5s and still called on it. I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna look for a pair somewhere else. I don't know whether that was a great idea or not, but I was a little bit rushed from the timer. I do worry a little bit about dropping some of these. I'm gonna cut the 9. I'm gonna need a pair anyway, so it's okay to just drop that. I think here, I may just fold out. I don't need the value this much that I'd be willing to deal into others' hands. 3 so is Dora. That is extra value for my hand. I don't think you'd be going for West, though you could technically have been. Okay. That's gonna move us into South 3. This is looking like a possible Pinfu hand, in which case I actually should have kept the West Wind over the White Dragon, because I'm going to need a pair here. But I could just pick up a door pair. That's fine. If I pick up a 6-mon, this is Pinfu. If I pick up a 4 or 7 so, this is not Pinfu, but I'll still Riichi it. Alright, I cut the 3. 6-mon or 9-mon, either way. Currently, anyways, I'll benefit from either. I'll get the extra Han from either, whether it's Ipeko or whether I get the red 5 with it. Because if I get the 6, I cut this. And if I get the 9, then I cut this. I don't trust this 5 for too long. But at least for a brief period of time, I don't mind holding on to it for that extra value. I am gambling by holding it onto my hand for longer. Would have been more efficient to have kept the 7. In fact, actually, yeah, because of the efficiency, I definitely should have. Don't like that. Oh, 5 minutes left. Okay, damn. I forgot about the timer. We have been in this one for a while. The only way I lose this one... well, again, not the only way. But the big way that I lose this match is by dealing in. So I'm going to not deal in. Okay. That's bringing us into the South 4. And even though that wasn't a big hand, it did hit the 1 threat that I have. I shouldn't say the 1 threat. Like, anyone could just get a double Yakuman. Okay, this hand is not great. Keeping the East Wind for a little extra safety. Just a teensy bit of extra safety. I guess I had no reason to really drop the red over the East there. I I could turn this into Tanya. I might turn this into Tanya now. Someone's thinking hard on that. I'm just dropping that. I'm forcing Tanya. I guess, no, it would have been better for me to have dropped either the 2-pin or the 8, so only slightly, but it would have been slightly better. All right. I'm not going to Riichi this, I'm just going to Dama. There is also a chance I could turn it into Sanshoku if I get a 6, though. There we go. That's game. So now, I wonder where that puts me. Because 70,000, that might be enough for the top 16. Oh, rank 10! Let's fucking go! Oh. Alright. Oh. 100.1. Let's take a look at the log. That would have been... Here we go, just history. Plus 91.3 there. God damn. Alright. Well, actually, hang on. Let's take a look and see very quickly how everyone else that I know is doing. Luxman, the person who did that, like, come from behind victory earlier that we saw, Luxman's been surprising me a bit here. Glad to see them in the top 10. I like the name Pin Fu-chan. I think that's very cute. Alright. Unfortunately, I think most everyone I know didn't place too highly. Which, unfortunate, but so it goes. I'm very happy to be in the top 10. Anyway, though. That's going to do it for today. We are going to go ahead and raid Iron TV, who is doing... She's the one hosting this tournament. So I don't know if there's still more going on in that stream. But see y'all next time. Next week. Next week, actually. Saturday and Sunday. We will be doing the 2v2 tournament. That's going to be... oh, actually, hang on. Shit. I shouldn't slash raid right now. I shouldn't slash raid right now. Ah! Ah! I don't even know if I should slash raid. Because I forgot about the 5-minute delay, and I don't know where the stream's at. I don't want to do that. Anyway, whatever. That's fine. You all can go to Iron TV after this anyway. That's fine. But yeah, next week we have the 2v2 tournament. If anyone would still like to join that, there is a Discord linked down below the stream. Though you have 1 week to find a teammate, so good luck. But I'm very excited for that. And yeah, thanks again for watching. Bye-bye. Shit, do I do stop streaming or stop streaming Discord delay? I guess just stop streaming. I guess? Probably? I don't know. We'll see if this is the right one. Maybe this will fuck up the stream too. We'll see.